Well, welcome to Haroldwood Park, where we have this fixture between Haroldwood and Colchester in East Essex. Our umpires today are Innings and Raf Patel, and I'm joined in the scorebox by Bradley Donovan. The news is that Haroldwood won the toss and elected to bat, and we have Karen Patra on strike and Darren Eckford to open the bowling for Colchester. I'm afraid today we only have a single camera set up from behind the bowler's arm, or for the first over it'll be behind the wicketkeeper. But I hope for future away games to have a dual camera setup organised, but we can obviously do that at Castle Park. Anyway, first ball of the match, Eckford to Patra, and it seemed to die a bit of a death, that one. Looks like a slowish pitch. And balls played out square, picked up by Ollie Allison. So a good start here by Colchester, 2 dots. A deliberate leave. First impression is the pitch looks a little bit slow. Ball is again played out square, this time picked up by Jack Hobbs. And a quick single starts the scoreboard moving. So we have Hassan Malik on strike, Eckford bowling, and a leave. So at the end of the over, we have Haroldwood have moved on to 1. Slight break in commentary there. We had to move the side screen. I will square up the camera in a moment. But to open the bowling from the pavilion end, we have Vikas Argawal. I'll now attempt to get the camera into its changed position. Always a slight problem when we have screens that have to be moved. I think that's looking pretty good. So Argawal to Patra. Comes in the bowl, and the ball is again played square and a dot ball. Patra defends. Vikas Argawal has been a very interesting bowler in the last couple of weeks. Bowled 8 overs for just 15 runs a week ago and took a multitude of wickets the week before. So, been somewhat a mystery in this division. Full bunger but going nowhere. Played off the pads, but picked up by Guy Haynes, no run. Argawal bowls and defensively played out square, picked up by the keeper. Again, no run. A more expansive stroke, square, fielded by Guy Haynes, but no run. And Argawal starts with a maiden over.
Bex, you got the key with you. Bex, Bex, you got the key with you. Yeah, can we leave the key with the friend? It should be okay.
I'm leaving the mic open, so we are going to pick up all sorts of stray noise. If you pick up the odd bit of choice language, my apologies. Eckford aborting his run up there, bowling to Malik. And leave. Field, 2 slips and a gully, a point, short mid-off, or short cover rather, short mid-off, short-ish mid-off rather, mid-on, square leg. And Malik pushes the ball out through the covers, and we have the first 4 of the day. Time to have our first replay of the day. I think I've got this working this week. Let's have a look. Yeah, nice shot. Eckford comes into bowl again. Oh, edged. And between slip and gully for 4. The score moves on to 9. Eckford into bowl again for Malik. And leave. Oh, another edge. Well stopped though by Charlie Fernandez. No run. Eckford comes into bowl. And more aggressive shot, and it has gone for a further 4. End of the over. Harold Wood a 13 for no wickets, with Patra on 1 and Malik on 12. I'll see if I can play a replay of that last 4. We now have Agarwal to Patra. Comes in the ball from the pavilion end, and the ball's played out to Jack Hobbs. No run. Agarwal comes in, bowls. Played out through mid-wicket, where Charlie Fernandez does a great stop. Real shame we haven't got 2 cameras this week. Agarwal to Patra. Defensively played. Picked up by Guy Haynes. No run. Oh. Did well to keep that one out, I think. And played out mid-wicket, where there's 1 run. Fielded by Guy Haynes. Some good backing up there by Charlie Allison.
Yes, Emily, how are you? Oh, you okay? Finally you see good weather, yeah? At last, yes.
Ball's just pushed out into the offside, no run. And Harold Wood have moved on to 14 for no wicket after 4 overs.
How many years gone? Field.
Right. Thatcher on strike and Eckford coming into bowl, and the ball is cut, half stopped by Charlie Allison, no, by Ollie Allison. No run.
Oh, you okay? Everything you need?
Eckford comes into bowl. Ball is played out square where it's picked up by Oliver Hills. Again, no run. Karen Patra leaves. Eckford comes into bowl. And the ball again is played out into the offside where it's picked up by sprightly Jack Hobbs. Or wide of the off stump is left. Ball seems to be carrying through to the keeper a bit better than in the first over. Darren's been off with a back injury for a few weeks, so first bowl of the season in an aggressive mode, building up his pace, and now really putting his back into it. And a maiden over. The score remains on 14 for 5. Partnership of 14 after 22 minutes.
Yeah. Wide side.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Hassan Malik again plays the ball out into the onside. No run. Vikas Agarwal starts his run up. Ball a little short, but no run. Picked up by Oliver Hills.
That's my boy.
Oh, hearing soon.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where is Lodi?
What?
Where is Lodi?
On the Zoom call.
Zoom.
I think start June.
Ball played out again to the offside, no run.
All the best.
And yet again, Vikas Agarwal bowling tightly here, as he has done for some weeks. Offensive shot again, no run.
How's everything? How's your work going?
Good. Busy though, was it? Yeah.
Where you work? You work local or you work quite far?
All over the place. Canning Town and St Castle this week. Both Kensington.
Is it?
Yeah, different sites.
Agarwal to Malik.
Where is it?
Attempt to cut it. Ball goes through to the wicket keeper.
Houses, yeah, domestic stuff, yeah.
Is a new build house or just
Just been doing repairs like maintenance and that, and then been putting new roofs in the existing houses.
okay?
Okay, my barnet, you know. What's that?
Good to see you, man.
Agarwal to Malik, comes in and bowls, and an aggressive shot, and that may have gone all the way. No. Umpire Katia signals 4. End of the over, and we'll play a replay of that. And we also have a sanitised break, which happens every 6 overs.
I know what you're gonna say on that.
And time for a mention of our sponsors, who very kindly been working very hard on our pavilion paintwork this week,
No speaking now.
so much appreciated.
No, it's not speaking. I know. What is stay there for whole day.
And we return to the live action with Darren Eckford continuing to bowl to Karen Patra, who's on 2 after 22 deliveries. Bowls, pushed out square, but fielded by Guy Haynes, no run.
Disciplinary hearing coming soon. Can you put mask on before you enter my premises, please? Hurry up. Mask. Ask your fiance, innit?
Because of you guys, I get my.
It's all your fault. It's Hamza's fault. Hamza got the gun.
And Eckford comes in, bowls to Patra. Out square, Oliver Hills fields, no run. Karen Patra goes down, prods the pitch. Eckford bowls and leave. Eckford bowls to Patra. Oh, cuts. Wicket keeper looking interested there, but no touch. Simon Fernandez keeping wicket. Eckford to Patra, comes into bowl, plays it back, fielded by the bowler himself, no run. Ball pushed out to Haynes, again no run, and a further maiden over. So Harold Wood are 18 after 7 overs, a run rate of 2.57 an over, which I think will be exactly what Colchester were seeking to achieve. Fairly slow start, but the wicket does look fairly slow. Doesn't look an easy pitch to bat on. Agarwal continuing from the pavilion end, bowls, and Simon Fernandez stood up, takes it neatly, returns the ball. Agarwal comes into bowl. Malik plays the ball square, picked by Charlie Allison, no run.
Yeah, yeah.
He's here, eh? Yeah. Sorry about that.
Agarwal bowls, Malik defends, no run.
Okay, yeah, go there and take left. Go inside, take left. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Agarwal comes to bowl to Malik. Malik leaves. Fernandez takes the ball. Again, no run.
Let me finish. Yeah.
Agarwal to Malik. Full pitched up ball. Driven, but no run. Agarwal comes to bowl, bowls to Malik, full pitched, well picked up and thumped square by Malik for 4 runs. End of the over, and that's 22 for no wicket off 8 runs. Time for a replay. Very nice pick up there.
Brad, do you want anything to drink? Do you want anything to drink?
No thanks.
You sure? Anything to eat? Right up here. Right up here.
So it's Eckford to continue with Patra on strike. Comes into bowl, defended, fielded by the bowler. Eckford comes into bowl but aborts his run up. For those listening to the audio commentary, I don't know how much ambient noise this microphone is picking up. If it's too much, I apologise, but not a lot I can do about it. Eckford comes into bowl and quick single, and they just make it. 1 run to Patra. Fielder there was Ollie Hills. I think a direct hit might have put him in some trouble there, but some good decent fielding though. Eckford comes in, bowls to Malik. Ball goes out square, fielded by Ollie Allison. No run. Oh, Eckford beats the bat. Expansive shot by Hassan Malik. No run. Eckford comes into bowl and again beats the bat. Malik just pushing out towards it. Eckford comes into bowl and a leave. End of the over. 23 for no wicket off 9. Partnership of 23 off 54 deliveries. Malik on 20 and Patra on 3. That's another conversation in the wicket, middle of the wicket. Colchester making a particularly good start here. Agarwal continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Patra, who plays a forward defensive. Agarwal starts his run, comes in, pitches the ball up and castles him. So that's Patra, bowled by Vikas Agarwal. So a fine delivery, that. Let's just have a look at the replay. Looks a good line and a well pitched up ball in my opinion. Fine delivery. So Harold Wood move on to 23 for 1 off 9.2 overs, and the incoming batsman is Mahbubul Alam. Alam, another right-hander, takes guard. Agarwal comes into bowl, bowls to Alam, and we have a first wide ball of the day. Very good decision by Innings Katia, that. Well beyond the batsman's reach. And Agarwal comes into bowl. And very sharp work on a wide ball, but not out. Some very fine work there by Simon Fernandez. And Agarwal comes into bowl to Alam. Full length ball, leave. No run. Vikas Agarwal bowls. A great piece of fielding out there by Ollie Hills. No run. Ball was pushed out to point. Agarwal bowls to Alam. Fairly well pitched up. Good line. Defended. No run. Agarwal bowls. And shout for LBW. Umpire Innings Katia unmoved. End of the over. Harold Wood are on 25 for 1 after 10 overs. I think it's fair to say Colchester are on top at this stage of the game. Almost a quarter of the overs gone. Have a look at a replay of that last delivery. Looked a good shout, but can always has to be umpire's call on the cameras. Eckford comes into bowl to Malik. and pushes a single out to mid-on, and a single is scored. I was going to say there that the cameras, without hotspot, without ball tracking or anything similar, it's impossible to judge anything other than it being umpire's call. So Eckford comes into Allen, facing his first delivery from Allen. The ball goes straight up in the air, and the catch is taken. I believe the catch was taken by Charlie Allison there, but I'll have to check. Charlie Allison. Just make a correction there, it was actually caught by Jack Hobbs. I've got the greatest of views here, and the incoming batsman is Shabazz Khan. And the ball stays low, no run. Eckford comes into bowl. Good length. Ball goes square, no run. Eckford runs in, bowls to Khan, played out into the covers where it's picked up by Hobbs, no run. Eckford comes in, bowls. Ball played out defensively to Jack Hobbs, who does a cartwheel. Fine bit of fielding. End of the over. 26 for 2. Off 11. So Vikas Agarwal to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Hassan Malik. Malik on 21 plays an aggressive shot, but picked up by Darren Eckford. No run. Agarwal bowls. Good straight one. Hassan Malik, everything behind it. No run.
You alright?
Good? All good, my bro.
Agarwal comes in.
Sound alright? Yeah. Love in the air.
A leave.
Yeah, look at the legs and that, yeah.
Full length ball outside the off stump. Agarwal comes in. Again, ball is left by Hassan Malik. Played off his legs. Ball goes down to Charlie Watts for 1 run. Score moves on to 27 for 2. Agarwal comes in, bowls, full length, hits the batsman on the pad, and umpire Innings not interested. End of the over. And we have a further sanitised break. Again, thanks to our sponsors, Positive Waste Solutions. And looks like Eckford to continue. Bowling to Hassan Malik. Good to see Darren Eckford bowling again. We've missed him in the last 3 matches. Well, he was absent last week, but previous 2 weeks unable to bowl because of a back injury, but looks as though he's back on song again. And ball goes through to wicketkeeper Fernandez, no run. Eckford comes in past umpire Patel, bowls, plays the ball out square, really fine pickup by Ollie Allison. Shies at the stumps at the bowler's end, well backed up there, no run. Great start being made here by the Colchester opening bowlers. Eckford comes in, bowls, full length. Malik drives, misses, ball goes through to the keeper, no run. Maybe some signs of frustration creeping in with the batsman here. With a run rate of 2.16 after 12.3 overs. It's obviously time to accelerate a little bit, I fear. Eckford comes in, up to the wicket, bowls, ball's played out, picked up by Hobbs. Again, no run. Eckford turns, comes into bowl, Malik on strike. Short ball put away, but fielded by Oliver Hills at point. Again, no run. Some fine fielding here, being shown by the Colchester fielders. Eckford comes in for the final delivery of the over, bowls, shortish. Again, played out square, picked up by Hills and no run. And a further maiden over. Worth having a look at the bowling figures here. Both of the bowlers keeping it down to around about 2 runs and over. And we're about to have a change of bowling. And to come on from the pavilion end, it's Oliver Hills. Few changes in the field being made. Jack Hobbs going out somewhat deeper into sort of an extra cover position. With Ollie Allison coming into cover. Guy Haynes out on the boundary at square leg. Rather suggests that Ollie's going to put a few in short, I would think. Joe McGregor now coming out of slips. And Charlie Allison gone out to deep third man, so a somewhat defensive field for Ollie Hills here. Digs one in, and hesitancy between the batsman and shy at the stumps, but well backed up, no run. Shabir Khan on strike. Hills comes in, bowls down the leg side. Well stopped by Simon Fernandez, but a wide. Was a particularly fine stop, looking at that. Hills bowls, full length, then down the leg side, and another fine stop, and a further wide ball. Time for a replay of that one. Simon Fernandez being fully tested here. Hills comes into bowl again and digs the ball in, strikes Khan, I think on the shoulder. No run. Well, looking at the field, maybe the batsman should be expecting this. Short pitch stuff. Hills turns, comes to the bowl, comes past umpire Kathir. Ball chipped slightly aerial out to Guy Haynes, square leg, 1 run. Scores moved on to 30. Hills comes into bowl, bowls to Malik, short again, slices the ball out to third man where Charlie Allison fields the ball, 1 run. Hills comes in, bowls, short again, half stopped by Joey McGregor, but a run is scored. Hills coming into bowl to Hassan Malik, short and wide, but no run. End of the over, 32 for 2 off 14. Shabazz Khan 2, Hassan Malik 23. I believe we may be having a change of bowling here. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. Yeah, a change of bowling. We have Charlie Watts. Charlie Watts to come in from the, I'll call it the playground end. I'm not sure what official name is, but it's full of children's swings and lots of children enjoying themselves. Pavilion Terrace here is starting to fill up with people, with lots of alcohol, so maybe the ambient noise in the background might get a bit louder, but very friendly club here. So Charlie Watts comes into Shabazz Khan, digs one in, and half stopped by Guy Haynes, and it's gone all the way to the boundary, but a valiant effort by Guy Haynes. I think we've got time for a replay. to the live action. Charlie Watts coming into bowl to Shabazz Khan. Short again. Ball goes square. Misfield by Oliver Hills, but it's picked up by Charlie Fernandez behind him, and 1 run is scored. Charlie Watts comes in, delivery stride, bowls, digs one in again, short, and it's lifted over square by Hassan Malik for 4 runs. Ball's gone a long way, so time to show you a replay. Charlie Watts comes in, bowls a fuller length, and the ball is just played out to the offside, no run. Watts comes into bowl to Malik, fuller length again, ball carries through to the wicketkeeper nicely, no run. Bowls played out defensively, where it's picked up by Jack Hobbs, no run. End of the over, 41 for 2. So with 15 overs gone, I think Colchester will be fairly happy with this position. So Ollie Hills continuing to bowl to Shabazz Khan. Pacey one, played nicely off his pads, out to back with a square, 1 run scored. Khan moves on to 8. Hills comes in, past umpire Katia, bowls, and it's cut quite nicely by Malik out to Charlie Allison, who fields the ball in, absolutely razor sharp throw into the keeper. A great arm for such a young lad. Push out, no run. Turn picked by Joey McGregor. Again, no run. Ball play off back of square for 1 run. It was Charlie Watts. as a ball. For no run. At the end of the over, we have 44-4-2. Watts bowls to Khan. Full length. No run. Watts comes into bowl to Khan. Again, very full length this time. Plays defensively out into the offside, fielded by Jack Hobbs, no run. We appear to have a bit of buffering on the stream, which is just local internet conditions. I can only apologise for that. Hopefully it'll pick up in a little bit. Bowl short and played square, picked up by Guy Haynes, 1 run. They seem to have a bit of a dogfight going on in the background. I don't know whether you can pick that up. Watts comes into Malik. Full length, and he's nicked it, and he's caught behind. Caught by Simon Fernandez. So Malik goes for 28. And the incoming batsman is Craig Perrin, the Harold Wood captain. And I think we can play a replay of that for you. Players are taking a quick water break here. So we have Craig Perrin taking guard. Hassan Malik was caught by Simon Fernandez, ball by Charlie Watts, scoring 28 off, I believe it was 45 deliveries. I think it's fair to say Colchester will be fairly satisfied with the position that they find themselves in. Watts comes into Perrin, bowls, Perrin defends, no run. And the end of the over, it's 45 for 3 off 17 overs. And it's Oliver Hills to continue from the pavilion end. Hills comes in past umpire Katia, bowls, wide-ish delivery, but umpire not interested. Just inside the blue lines. Hills comes in. Oh, full banger. Brilliantly stopped there by, I think that was Jack Hobbs. No run.
No ball.
I think there may have been a no ball called there because was a no ball. Okay, so it was a no ball. So a no ball and a 1 off the free hit. Yeah. So I missed the umpire's call there, but we've corrected it now. Bowls, Perrin is bat and pad together, I think. No run. Hills comes into bowl, and Craig Perrin plays a very, very nice strike stroke out through the covers. Takes 1, takes 2. Guy Haynes slings the ball in. 2 runs. Hills to bowl, and down the leg side, and must have brushed something because no wide called. Umpires having a conversation. Suspect determine how many balls we have left, but I make it 1 to come. Alone for the no ball. Hills bowls to Perrin, short, and it's fielded by Charlie Watts, and 1 run is taken. End of the over, and the score has moved on to 50. All manner of conversations going on in the middle of the wicket. So 50 for 3 off 18, Shabazz Khan 11 off 22, Craig Perrin 3 off 5 deliveries. 27 overs of this innings left.
ये पूरा हार्ड जाना स्नेक होता है ना beautiful
And Shabbos Khan has changed his bat. And if we get more fortune with that one.
last week में थोड़ा सा shit दिल में डालना Boston
But we have Craig Perry on strike. Charlie Watts comes into bowl. Bowls shortish. Or maybe a bit fuller actually than short. No run.
तू बताओ उस पे पीछे क्या है I didn't get 50 today, not on the recording. Last year one was good. It was a good ball, yeah?
I've just been asked here by Malik whether it was a good ball. I thought so, but then it's a Colchester opinion that.
Jaffa.
It was a Jaffa, he says.
Should have just left it.
Charlie Watts, bowls Craig Perry, no run.
Close, but you're under.
So Watts comes in, bowls to Perrin, full pitched, pushed out into mid wicket. Guy Haynes fields and 1 run. Score moves on to 51. So what starts his run up, comes to bowl past umpire Patel. Fullish ball, shoots along the deck. Batsman won't like to see that. No run through to the wicket keeper.
Where's the tooth blade? That's a mission.
Looks like the odd gremlin in the pitch. Odd ball, particularly from that end, seems to die. Happened a few times in the first over, but that definitely shot. Watts turns, strides into the wicket, bowls, pushed out to Oliver Hills, who shies at the stumps. No run. Oh, sorry, 1 run. Brings Craig Perrin back on strike. Watts comes in, fullish ball, fielded by Ollie Allison, and no run, end of the over. And Harold would have moved on to 52 for 3. And a conference going on suggests to me that we're about to have a change of bowling. And it is Ollie Allison. It's good to see Ollie and Charlie Allison back. Not been available for the last couple of weeks. So Ollie's first bowl of the season. Ollie, of course, is the brother of Essex's Ben, as is Charlie. All 3 of them having represented Essex teams at some level. obviously Ollie and Charlie at junior levels. Bowls, and the ball is pushed out by Shabbos Khan, fielded by
You can watch a video.
Charlie Fernandez, no run.
You did this. You went on a-
That's why, because I just want to do it again.
But don't worry, this
But
is
bowls
just
stay low.
last year same thing, last week same thing, you got a 6. Yeah. But that did not.
Oliver Larson comes to bowl,
This one right rose.
just short of the length, and picked up again by Charlie Fernandez, no run.
I'm so confident.
Yeah, the ball
You know, ball was staying low.
after pitching the ball stopped and came.
Charlie Ellison, Ollie Ellison comes in, and not sure whether that was off the pad or off the bat, but it's gone out to square leg. Ball is fielded, and it's 1 run, no signal from the umpire. Fielded there by Jack Hobbs, who's on the deep square leg boundary. Nicely under the shade. First warm day we've had this season. Ollie Ellison comes in, bowls, and an expansive shot by Craig Perrin through the covers. Ellison comes into bowl, bowls wide, and the umpire confirms that. Once again, I apologise for any lag on the stream. Can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. It's pure and simply quality of internet. Charlie Ellison comes into bowl. Sorry, Oliver Ellison comes into bowl, and it's wide down the leg side, well fielded by Simon Fernandez, keeping wicket. Ollie Ellison losing his line a little bit here. Ollie comes into bowl. Foolish ball out to Ollie Hills, tries at the stumps, batsman dives, makes his ground, well backed up, no run. End of the over, 58 for 3 off 20 overs. And again, Colchester must be very satisfied with the position they find themselves in here. Not got off to the greatest starts this season with 3 defeats, although 2 of them have been very narrow. Showing what they potentially can do so far today. So Charlie Watts about to bowl to Harold Wood captain Craig Perrin. Runs in. Bowls, foolish length, nicely clipped off his pads. Great shot there by Craig Perrin, fielded by Guy Haynes, 1 run. Guy Haynes very, very far out on the deep square boundary, by far and away the longest boundary, or rather the longest boundary is probably out towards long on, but certainly the leg side from that end is the longer of the 2 boundaries. Watts comes in, bowls to Khan. Foolish pushes the ball out to Jack Hobbs, fielding the covers, no run.
Is this on play cricket? people are.
Nice.
Watts
Very nice.
turns, comes into bowl, Shabazz Khan on strike, full bunger, and they take a single. And I think it might have been interesting had the ball hit the stumps, but it didn't. So Watts comes in, Craig Perrin on strike, and ball's pushed out for no run. Charlie Watts turns, strides into the wicket, bowls a short one, and it's uppishly played, 4 runs out over square by Craig Perrin. I think that was a ball that got what it deserved. See if you've got time for a replay. To the live action, Charlie Watts bowls another short one, and it's hooked by Craig Perrin, and another ball finds its way to the boundary. End of the over, and Harold Wood moved on to 68 for 3 off 21. So Ollie Ellison to continue from the pavilion end. Shabazz Khan taking guard again, who's on 14 off 30 deliveries. Run rate still only 3.24. Allison bowls shortish out to McGregor, fielding in a sort of short cover position, no run. Ollie Ellison strides to the wicket, bowls fullish length, no run, fields off his own bowling. Ball given to Vikas Agarwal to put some shine on it. Allison comes in, bowls pushed off his slides to Charlie Fernandez for no run. Shabazz Khan 14 off 33, somewhat more subdued than I remember him the last time that we played Harold Wood. Ollie Ellison comes into the wicket, bowls and strikes the pad, and the umpire raises his finger. So Shabazz Khan, LBW to Oliver Allison for 14. Players briefly off the pitch for a break. Just the break continuing. Got a lot of noise around me on the pavilion steps here. And the players go back out again for a resumption.
You want a drink?
I'm fine.
Sure. Hello. Drink here.
So Shabazz Khan was LBW bowled by Ollie Allison for 14, and we now have Hamza Ikram. Wearing white pads, so easy to identify him. Ollie Allison comes into bowl, shortish down the leg side, and umpire Katia rightly signals wide. Once again, apologies if there's some buffering on the stream. Oliver Allison comes into bowl. Wideish delivery left alone by Hamza Ikram. And the final delivery of the over to be delivered by Ollie Allison. Full pitch, hits him on the pads, Umpire Katia not interested this time. End of the over, and Harold Wood has moved on to 69 for 4 off 22 overs. I think it's fair to suggest that Colchester are well on top, and I believe we may have a bowling change coming up here.
Everyone watching.
Fine £10. I watch him on Facebook. He's living life.
And we're going to revert to the, well, not revert to, we're going to the spin of Charlie Fernandez from the, I'll call it the playground end. Some field changes being made. Ollie Allison going out to deep.
Well played, Karen. Well
See where
played.
he's going to end up.
Tell the boss stuff, please.
Too deep, long on.
Don't worry, Bob will do it. Shit pitch.
No, in fact, it's deep square he's moved to now. The breaking glass you may have heard was indeed a glass dropped very close to me. Not a broken window or nobody throwing anything at me. So we have Charlie Fernandez to Craig Perrin, and he's wrapped on the pads but given not out. So Charlie Fernandez bowls, and evidence of turn. Craig Perrin smothers the ball. No run. Fernandez comes in 3 paces. Gives it a bit of air, and the ball has gone out. Misfielded by Vikas Agarwal, and they take 2. 2 to Craig Perrin. Charlie Fernandez bowls, tosses it up. Plenty of air there, and Perrin just pushes it defensively. Fernandez to bowl, cuts it to Oliver Hills, no run. You may now hear the sound of sweeping up broken glass. Full toss is carved away to square leg, where it's fielded by Ollie Allison, and 1 run is taken. End of the over, 72 for 4 off 23 overs. As the broken glass is very efficiently swept up from alongside my chair. Do stress it wasn't a glass that I dropped, although they've taken the precaution of giving me a plastic glass for my water. Obviously adhering to the instructions, no sharp objects in my vicinity. Oliver Allison to bowl from the pavilion end to Craig Perrin. Perrin pushes the ball out to Vikas Agarwal, who fields it carefully. No run. Allison comes into bowl, strides to the wicket, and it's neatly clipped off his hip by Craig Perrin down to, I think that is Charlie Watts down there for a single.
Slow bowler they put on made a big difference. Normally the one that got me out, he opens the balls down. That's my brother's friend. You know that Australian, the tall guy that was bowling. You know the one that got me. He used to play no clues with my older brother Umar. You know Umar? He used to coach. Yeah, he's good player, my brother. Fast bowler, but he's good finisher. Any more
Ollie Ellison strides into bowl. Shortish, played square to Ollie Hills, no run.
Make sure you charge them, yeah?
Ellison comes into bowl, fullish length. Not sure what that came off, but the batsmen have taken a single and it's a bye, so it came off nothing. So Perrin moves on strike. Ellison to bowl. And Perrin plays a little bit up his sleeve, but safe. No run. Ellison strides in, comes into bowl. Fullish hits him on the pads and appeal, but not out. 74 for 4 off 24. I think Harold Wood will be a little disappointed with the position at this stage. They still have 21 overs remaining to push this score on. So Fernandez to continue, gives the ball a bit of air, it's pushed out by Hamza Ikram, square fielded by Ollie Hills and no run. Oh, kept lowish that one, but clipped off his legs and just a single. So Perrin back on strike, Fernandez, and a little bit more pace on that one, I think. Pushed out to Charlie Watts at mid-off, no run. A bit of air, clipped to the leg side by Perrin, where it's fielded by Guy Haynes, just a single. Charlie Fernandez keen to get on with it, through his overs very quickly. Good decent ball that, lots of air, big swoosh from Ikram, doesn't connect with the ball. And Ball pushed out to the offside boundary, fielded by Jack Hobbs for a single. End of the over. Harold Wood are 77 for 4. So 20 overs of this innings remaining. Allison to continue to Hamza Ikram, who has so far scored 2, and just defends the ball, picked up by Joe McGregor. No run. Allison turns, comes into bowl, short, and Ikram tries to pull it, misses, ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the scoreboard. Goes back to the end of his run-up. Allison bowls. Another one that kept fairly low, through to the wicketkeeper. No run.
Come sit with me there, take a picture of me.
Allison comes into Ikram and he defends the ball. No run. Well, it's good to see spectators back. I think we must have maybe 50 or so spectators here on the Harold Wood terrace, all enjoying a selection of alcoholic beverages. Oh, that looked, hits him on the pads, but I think going down, no run. Quite a lot of families here.
Okay, I will change it. Then I won't remember you. There's 5-6 maps. No. It doesn't matter, man.
So Allison to Ikram.
I said girls as maps as well.
Foolish, and the ball is struck out through the covers, fielded by Guy Haynes for just a single. End of the over, and Harold would have moved on to 78 for 4. Perrin at 21 of 27, and Hamza Ikram 3 off 14.
Essex community. What is his role again? Fans? Essex what? Essex community what?
So Fernandez to continue from the playground end, gives it a little less air, and it's pushed out by Hamza Ikram to Guy Haynes, who fields it for 1 run. Brings captain Craig Perrin back on strike. Fernandez gives it lots of air. Joey McGregor swoops and picks it up for no run. Fernandez into bowl. No definite evidence of turn there off his off Craig Perrin's thigh and picked up by sharpish bit of fielding by wicket-keeper Simon Fernandez. Ball pushed out to Joe McGregor for a single. Moves Perrin on to 22 of 30 deliveries. Fernandez comes in, bowls and fields off his own bowling, flicks at the stumps, nothing doing. Craig Perrin's wisely not moved his feet out of his crease. Leg side ball pushed to Vikas Agarwal and they take a single. So after 27 overs, the score's moved on to 81. Well, the last 5 overs have yielded only 12 runs, so Colchester have fairly effectively put a strangle on the run rate here.
Let's go sit in the heat, man. But you feel cold when you go there. Trust me. We got enough chairs there, yeah?
So continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Hamza Ikram, it is Ollie Allison. Bowls and Ikram defends. No run. Ball played out square where Oliver Hills picks it up at point. Tosses the ball to Joe McGregor. Back to skipper Eckford, put some shine on it. Back to Ollie Allison, who comes in for his 3rd delivery of the over. Fullish played down to mid-on, where it's picked up by Colchester captain Darren Eckford. Allison turns, comes into bowl, and it's defensively squeezed out square to Ollie Hills on the offside. No run. Allison bowls and wraps Hamza Ikram on a pad. Looked outside the line to me. No run. To deliver the last ball, the over. Oliver Allison bowls, and it's an inside edge Chinese cut down to Charlie Watts, and the batsmen take 1 run, and the score moves on to 82 off 28 overs. And it looks like we have another sanitised break. With the COVID crisis still going on, of course, sanitised break taken every 6 overs. gives me an opportunity to sing the praises of our live stream sponsor today, who have done an absolutely fantastic job this week tidying up the front of the pavilion. Very nice chaps, lots of paint, lots of filler, lots of holes to fill, but they've done a really great job. Their main line, of course, is waste management rather than painting, but we're very, very pleased to have such a generous company sponsoring us and helping us out in a much wider way than we could have ever dreamed imaginable. So, thank you very much. And we can return to the live action with Charlie Fernandez taking his position at the playground end. Ball into Hamza Ikram, identifiable easily with his white pads, and it's tossed up, and ball is pushed backward of square to Vikas Agarwal for a single. Brings Craig Perrin back on strike. Charlie Fernandez bowls defensively from Perrin out to Ollie Hills, no run. Fernandez comes into bowl, tosses it up. A single to Craig Perrin. Moves him on to 23. Fernandez bowls and nicely pushed square by Hamza Ikram for 4 runs. And we'll try to get a replay in, but Charlie turns and bowls so quickly I might not be able to finish it. No, I'm going to have to stop and go back to the live action. And it's a dot ball. Might as well have stayed with the replay, I think. Charlie Fernandez bowls, lots of air, and it's pushed by Hamza Ikram out backward of square to Vikas Agarwal for a single. And Harold will move on to 89 for 4 off 29. Fairly sluggish batting performance here, given that they won the toss and elected to bat. But then again, they know the wicket. Doesn't look an easy track to bat on. So Oliver Allison to bowl from the pavilion end to Hamza Ikram. And we seem to have a jolly children's party going on in the corner of the field. Lots of music and balloons, and the ball is played out to skipper Darren Eckford, who shies at the stumps, and Ikram takes a single, bringing Perrin back on strike. Ollie Allison comes into bowl, and play and a miss by Perrin. Ball goes through to wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez. No run. Bit of wind getting up, shaking the camera a little bit. Did try to get a bit higher today, but maybe not so wise when there's wind about. Ollie Allison comes into bowl, and it is played an appeal, played square, and ball thrown for overthrows. Well backed up though, and they just take a single. Slight sloppiness in the field there. Brings Hamza Ikram back on strike. Oliver Larson comes into bowl. Ball is pushed out to Joe McGregor at short cover. No run. Allison to Ikram, and the ball is clipped off his thighs to Jack Hobbs, field in deep square, 1 run. Vikas Agarwal warming up. Wonder if we will see his return shortly. Ollie Allison strides into the wicket, bowls, and it's edged way from the wicket-keeper's grasp for 4, no slip. End of the over. I will play a replay of that, but not the greatest of shots for 4, but they all count in the book. Thing is, the video does demonstrate how they get it. "30 overs gone, 15 to go, and Harold Wood are 96 for 4, with Charlie Fernandez to bowl to Hamza Ikram, and he nicks it, and is very fortunate that the ball only ricochets into the wicket-keeper's pads. In fact, I think the ball did break the stumps, but he hadn't moved his feet, so gets away with that one. Plays the ball back to Charlie Fernandez. Colchester rattling through the overs here. Been somewhat slow in previous games. This is excellent. Helped by Charlie Fernandez turning the overs round fairly quickly. Comes into bowl, and spectacular dive. It goes through to Charlie Watts for no run. As I said before, hopefully I do want to see if I can get a wide angle camera working for away games in the future, but only one today. Pulled square, or swept square rather, by Hamza Ikram for 1, where I think that was Ollie Allison fielding that down there. Perrin back on strike. Fernandez bowls, and he's lifted that long and high, and we have the first maximum of the day to Craig Perrin. End of the over, and Harold would have moved on to 103 for 4, and with the end of the over we can have another look at that shot. And as I suspected, we have a change of bowling. Vikas Agarwal is returning from the pavilion end. So Allison comes off having bowled 6 overs, 1 for 17. Vikas Agarwal so far 6 overs, 1 for 12. I'll return you to the live action as he comes to bowl to Hamza Ikram, who pushes the ball to point, where it's fielded by Oliver Hills, no run. I now know after 30 overs why professional commentators only do stints of 10. But hopefully I can get some help in the second innings. Seem to have 1 or 2 budding commentators amongst the Colchester players, so we'll see what we can encourage. Agarwal comes into bowl, and Hamza Ikram gingerly plays it back where it's fielded by the bowler, no run. Agarwal comes into bowl and down the leg side. I think that might be a leg by. No, wide. It's actually a wide and a run taken. Ball moves on to 105. And Vikas Agarwal comes into bowl to Perrin, who plays a nice shot, but it only goes as far as Joe McGregor, whose safe hands prevents a single. Agarwal bowls, and another nice shot by Perrin for no reward. Goes through to Darren Eckford at mid-on. Sorry, not Darren Eckford, it actually goes through to Ollie Allison. One wearing 33, the other 73, so I just saw the 3. Agarwal bowls and played back to the bowler, who runs the length of the wicket and fields it. Vikas Agarwal does seem to be the man of the moment when it comes to suppressing run rates. 1 for 14 so far, and that remains 1 for 14 off so far 7 overs. So with Harold Wood at 105 for 4 off 32, I still think Colchester are in the driving seat as regards this game. I very much appreciate that today's a sunny day, because the players are wearing their shirt numbers prominently, and the ball is pushed out to Jack Hobbs on the boundary for 1 run. In past cold weeks, the players have worn numbers on the shirts and then covered them with sweaters that are unnumbered, so it's been somewhat more challenging to commentate. 1 to Perrin, but today with a nice sunny day they're all there in regular shirts, and the Ikram attempts to sweep, balls hit him, but I think going down no response from the umpire to the appeal. Fernandez comes into bowl and he's nicked it, and it's rushed all the way through to the boundary for a fairly important 4 as regards Harold Wood. They've been at rather short of boundaries. Won't get a chance to play a replay of that because Charlie Fernandez is ready to bowl again so quickly. And again, ball is played nicely out to Jack Hobbs. And Ikram takes a single. Fernandez to Perrin, who pushes the ball out to Charlie Watts for a single. Batsmen hurry through and make the ground. And the score moves on to 113 for 4 off 33 overs. Looking to my right, I can see a fine selection of alcoholic drinks, most of them in buckets of ice. Spectators having a great afternoon here watching the cricket, as Vikas Agarwal comes into bowl from the pavilion end to Craig Perrin, who attempts to cut it, but the ball goes through to keeper Simon Fernandez for no run. Played slightly under it, I think. Played back by Craig Perrin to the bowler. Again, no run. Agarwal comes into bowl. Full bunger, and it's clipped away square, and neither Jack Hobbs or Charlie Watts are going to stop that one. And the ball goes for 4. A replay here because it's on through the trees onto the other pitch. Ball is back with the bowler. And we're back live again with Agarwal to... Ooh. Sounded as though Craig Perrin had got a lot of bat on that, but it ended up at the wicket-keeper's feet, so not quite sure what happened there. I haven't got the greatest view looking over the top of my computer. So Agarwal comes into bowl to Perrin, who plays and misses. Ball safely into the wicketkeeper's gloves, Simon Fernandez. Bowls, and very unlucky for Craig Perrin there. Plays the perfect straight drive straight into the stumps, preventing a run. So Harold Wood move on to 174 off 34 overs. This partnership is 49 runs and 45 minutes. Sorry, 40 runs. So I have 49 runs So quite an important bit of rebuilding going on, although the rate is fairly slow. Fernandez bowls to Ikram and no run. And again fielded by the bowler. So Fernandez into Ikram, who cuts it, and it's fielded by Jack Hobbs square on the point boundary, and the batsman go through for 1 run. And a further dot ball. And Craig Perrin pushes one off his pads for his single, round to Vikas Agarwal, who collects and returns the ball to the keeper. And Fernandez again bowls one to Ikram, and the ball is fielded in deep by Guy Haynes, and they go through for a single. After 35 overs, we have 120 for 4. And we have a brief pause in play.
You got the key?
All the players take a drink. So where are we now? We are 120 for 4. At this rate, by my calculations, if they continue the current run rate, Harold Wood are going to leave Colchester 154 to chase. 6 and over would give them 180 to chase, and 8 and over 200 to chase. So to become truly competitive, I think we're going to have to see some fairly expansive hitting in these last 10 overs. Colchester must be very pleased with where they are at this stage with 10 overs to go. We have this break, we just show the Harold Wood card. Contributions from Hassan Malik and Craig Perrin and Hamza Ikram in the current partnership. And for once, Colchester have bowled much more tightly than normal. The extras count of only 11 is probably the lowest we've had for quite some considerable period. Just show you some bowling figures. Eckford 7 overs, 1 for 15. Agarwal 1 for 18. Allison 1 for 17, all in the 2 and over. And both Ollie Hills and Charlie Fernandez will be quite happy with their contribution. And umpire Katia signalled the final power play. Vikas Agarwal to bowl. We have Hamza Ikram on strike. And the interested Wood, which the winners, now 6 wickets has to the lead of the power play. I'll come to him. And ball is fortunate batsman there. William handed ball plus the sun. No the consequences. Go bowls. believe he wants who picks up and fields. I think generally Colchester fielding today has been excellent.
Is that our one? 4? Oh, that's not ours.
And
Maxi?
a further dot. Umpire Katia signals to Raf Patel of the umpire one to come, and that is indeed correct. And Craig Perrin pushes one through for a single. End of the over, 122 for 4 off 36. Charlie Fernandez to continue. Craig Perrin on strike, who pushes the ball just forward of square on the onside. Vikas Agarwal picks up for a single. Charlie Fernandez gives that plenty of air, and it's just pushed back to the bowler by Hamza Ikram. And shortish, Ikram tries to cut, makes no contact. Ball into Simon Fernandez's gloves, back with the bowler who comes into bowl again. Ball struck out to long off, where Charlie Watts is the fielder. 1 run.
Can I just leave it with you? It's better, isn't it? Thank you.
Craig Perrin plays it off his pads, where the ball is excellently fielded by Joe McGregor, but they manage to scramble through for a single. Lots of air, full bunger in fact, and it's dispatched square to Guy Haynes. Batsman coming through for 2 and comfortably make it. So at the end of the 37th over, we have 127 for 4. Vikas Agarwal was bowled out. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. A really fine spell. And we have Ollie Hills to take up the bowling again from the pavilion end. Ollie Hills. Still within the power play, so fielding restrictions apply. But Hills to Perrin, who plays the ball out square. Fine bit of fielding by Charlie Allison. Absolute bullet throw. 1 run. That throw must have been 70 yards. Absolutely beautifully straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Brilliant bit of fielding. Hills to Hills to Perrin. Did I get 2 off that first ball? In fact, there was a 2 off that first ball. I was so excited about Charlie Allison's fielding that I didn't see that the batsman had crossed twice. So I have Ikram back on strike. Oh, up uppishly plays the ball over mid-off. Ball goes short of the boundary where it's fielded, and Ikram takes 2 runs. Harold will move on to 132 for 4. Ikram on strike 29, Perrin 47. And another aggressive shot by Hamza Ikram down to Guy Haynes, and they take 2. Hesitate there because I have a sight screen between me and that boundary, and unable to see quite what's going on. And short, and that is punished, and has gone for 4 runs. Deserved what it got, that one. And it's gone far enough for me to be able to play a replay. So 11 off the over so far. Hills comes into bowl, and Ikram plays it out to point for a single, and by far and away the most productive over of the day for Harold Wood, who move on to 139 for 4. Well, 6 of over would see them to 181. 8 and over would see them to 195 at the current rate of 3.66, 165, but one would expect them to accelerate from that given the state of the game and with 6 wickets still in hand. So Charlie Fernandez to bowl his 9th and last over, going to Hamza Ikram, who sweeps to Vikas Agarwal and fielded and a single. Fernandez comes in, bowls, and it's played out to backward point, where Ollie Hills picks up, but the batsmen go through for a single. Ball's tossed up, and it's uppishly played by Hamza Ikram, but he gets 4 to backward point. And again, the fact that the ball has gone through onto the other pitch means I'm able to find time for a replay. Not easy to squeeze replays in while Charlie Fernandez is bowling. The back live comes in the bowl, and it's a reverse sweep, but only a single as Jack Hobbs fields. So Harold Wood now trying to step up the pace. Fernandez to, and Perrin moves on to his 50 with that shot. 50 that's come in 58 deliveries, in fact 52 or 58 deliveries, with 5 fours and 1 6. Again, I don't have time for a replay. The ball has already been retrieved. It's back in Charlie Fernandez's hands, so he will be bowling again to Perrin, who chops that down on that one. And the 150 has come up for Harold Wood off the 39 overs, 150 for 4. So just 6 overs to go. And we have a change of bowling. We have Ollie Allison coming back on. Ollie Allison, number 33. Ollie Allison in conversation with Joe McGregor and skipper Darren Eckford. I think the message will be more of the same, Ollie. Ollie so far bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17, so bowled very tightly. Certainly a welcome addition back into the team, having been absent so far this season. Made some very useful contributions last year, along with his brother Charlie. So 6 overs to go. And it's Allison to Ikram. Strides to the wicket, bowls, and bowler fields one-handed. Ball goes out to Charlie Fernandez, who picks up, passes back to the bowler, and no run. Second delivery of the over. Bowls, and it's an expansive shot by Ikram. It's fielded by Ollie Hills on one first bounce, and they go through for a signal. A single. So, Ollie Allison to Craig Perrin, who shapes to chase a wide, but gets a justified deserved wide for that. I'm not even sure that one landed on the strip, Ollie. Allison bowls off the pads, and no, it must. Oh no! Now we have a signal, a leg by. Didn't see a pre-signal there, but I did think it hit him on the pads. So Ikram moves on strike. Hamza Ikram, 43 off 62. Also moving towards a 50, and he plays it out through the covers. 2 runs, fielded by Guy Haynes. Moves Ikram on to 45. Perrin has already got a 50 to his name today. We'll be looking to push it on from here, I'm sure. Allison into bowl, and Ikram gets the ball past the diving McGregor, where it's picked up by Ollie Hills, and the batsmen just take a single. Final delivery of this over, and it's an interesting slow full toss, I believe, and the batsman failed to squirt it away, so no runs. So I make it that Charlie Fernandez has finished with 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 50. So we must have a change of bowling. It's either going to be Darren Eckford or Charlie Watts, I believe. Charlie Watts has got the ball. So we have number 2, Charlie Watts, to return from the playground end. Charlie Watts. Yeah. Right, 5 overs to go. 6 and over would bring Harold Wood 186. 8 and over 196. Last 5 overs have yielded 36. And the current run rate is 3.9 and over. So Watts to Ikram, comes in, short one. Ikram tries to pull it, doesn't know where the ball's gone. Now he does, picks it up, throws it back to Watts, no run.
So majestic.
Watts comes into bowl to Ikram, short, and it's hooked, and that has gone many a mile for 6 runs over the longest boundary. And that is also Hamza Ikram's 50. Just come off 66 deliveries with 4 4s and 1 6. And I think we just have time to chuck a replay in. And back live with Watts to Ikram, and ball down the leg side for a wide. Score moves on to 163. I found a on the leg well deep for today. I am hunting up 50. Now on 2 to the board. Balls shot again, come trying to play early on, but he fielded by Charlie Aston at batsman, and it gets to Craig in on strike. Not sure that Charlie's scores the ball, and well, none. I suspect that would have hurt Mr. McGregor's hands, but he just stopped the ball so cleanly. Yes, he's ringing his wrists. But fine fielder. And Watts to Perrin. Another short one, and it is cut, but it's half stopped by Charlie Fernandez, then picked up by Jack Hobbs, and they pick up another single to bring Hamza Ikram back on strike. Shortish, played down through mid-on, where it's fielded and a single. 167 for 4 off 41 is the Harold Wood total. 4 overs to go. 6 and over would bring 191, 8 and over 199. And the run rate has now finally crept above 4. It's now 4.07. So Oliver Allison to bowl his 8th over, currently 1 for 22. Up to the wicket, and very, very wide, slower ball. And umpire Inia Katia spreads his arms, and I add 1 little W to the score. That also brings up the 100 partnership in 116 deliveries. And Hamza Ikram has chipped the ball out to deep cover, where they take 2. Fine partnership this, 102 off 117 with 7 4s and 2 6s. Ollie Allison comes into bowl and clipped off his legs to Jack Hobbs at mid-wicket for a single. Allison comes to the bowl to Craig Perrin, who charges down the wicket and chips it square to Jack Hobbs for a single. Allison bowls, and another slower ball but signalled wide. Some bowls. Ikram strikes the ball out deep into the offside, where Guy Haynes fields it and the batsmen take 2 runs. Boundaries have been surprisingly hard to come by today. The boundaries on 3 sides are actually fairly short. Well, that's reflective of the pitch we shall see in the second innings. So Allison to Ikram. Slower ball again, and it's just dabbed down through where slip or gully might be by Hamza Ikram. Simon Fernandez fields, and the batsmen take 1. Allison comes up to the wicket, and it's a no ball. But no runs accruing. Umpire Innings Katia signals a free hit. And Craig Perrin eyeing up the boundary in front of me, I believe. So Ollie Ellison comes in, bowls, and exactly what I predicted. The ball has sailed over my head for 6 runs to Craig Perrin. End of the over, and Harold would have moved on to 183 for 4. So 3 overs to go. And we have a further sanitise break.
You like some people too much talent, too.
So Harold Wood are on 183 for 4, with Perrin on 60 off 66 deliveries, and Hamza Ikram at 60 off 72. So a fine partnership between these two, making the Harold Wood score somewhat more competitive than it was after 30 overs. Should make for an interesting game now. And we have Charlie Watts to continue bowling to Hamza Ikram, bowling from the playground end. Bowls, and Ikram steps back, and a brilliant, absolute brilliant run out by Jack Hobbs. So Ikram has been run out by Jack Hobbs. Batsman crossed, but no runs scored. And the incoming batsman is Joel Roy. And as the batsman Joel Roy strides out to the crease, we can have another look at that one. I think I've probably captured much of that. Or at least I've managed to capture the ball hitting the stumps. and umpire Raf Patel are judging it to be out. As I said, hopefully I will have a 2 camera setup home and away shortly. Sorry I can't bring you pictures of the fielding, or certainly the wide fielding.
Good to use it right here. Give it to her. You see it? Cool, innit?
So the batsman changing ends brings Craig Perrin on strike. Charlie Watts to bowl. Short. And Perrin managed to get something on that. Simon Fernandez just, I think, fingertipped it with a glove. Very unlucky not to take the catch. But Craig Perrin gets 4 runs. Yeah. I didn't see a signal. Yeah, no, it's runs. Oh, it's wrapped him on the pads, and they scamper through for a single. And there must have been some bat in that, because there's no signal from umpire Raf Patel. So that single brings Joel Roy on strike for his first delivery. Charlie Watts comes in, bowls, and we haven't got a further run out. We have a bit of ball juggling. Jack Hobbs throws the stumps, misses. Joe McGregor fields, throws the stumps, misses. And Craig Perrin manages to scramble back into his ground. Charlie Watts to Joel Roy, and it's short, and ball reaches Simon Fernandez, the batsman having taken an extravagant swipe at it and missed. No run. So Watts bowling to Roy, and got some bat on that, and it's gone to fine leg, fielded by Ollie Allison for a single. End of the over, and Harold Wood move on to 189.45. So 2 overs to go. 8 and over, or in fact 6 and over would bring a yield of 201. 8 and over, 205. So I don't know what the past score is down here, 45 overs, but a good recovery here made by Harold Wood. And it's Oliver Allison to bowl his final over to Joel Roy, who hoiks the ball straight into skipper Darren Eckford's hands. So Joel Roy is caught by, looking for him on my list, Darren Eckford. And the new batsman will be Taki Abbas. Just a chance to replay that shot. Ball taken at the long on boundary right in front of where I'm commentating from. I don't think I've activated the replay, so let's try it again. We now have the replay coming up. Ollie Allison coming into bowl, and
Finished. Uni yesterday.
got a nice shot for nothing.
A lot of universities are doing it. Our university did that, and within 1.5 minutes sold out. After we tried to get a ticket, it was like,
Well, the batsman must have crossed there
I've got to sort out.
because we have Craig Perrin on strike. I wasn't sure whether they did, but Craig Perrin has
He's going back to Italy, so he doesn't know that.
chipped that just round the corner to Charlie Watts for 1.
we get this one our week.
Yeah, one time, you know what I'm saying?
That's it. Alright, speak to you in a minute, yeah?
Bit of a breeze getting up. It's suddenly gone a little bit chilly here. Allison to Taki Abbas, who bludgeons that out to Ollie Hills at long on for a single. And gets off the mark. Ollie Allison bowls, and it's a wide, slower ball. And the addition of 1 to the score takes Harold Wood on to 192 for 6. So every chance of making 200 here, which didn't look likely 10 or 15 overs ago. And Craig Perrin has chipped that beautifully for 6 over square leg. And I think he added the words "fetch that." That job has gone to Jack Hobbs, who's now striding back from the other pitch, and the ball is back in Ollie Allison's hands. Balls again to Craig Perrin, who plays a nice shot. Oh no, and the new back is Wax Shift. In this over, both the covered in the crease, and it is Wakas Shafiq taking guard. 1 ball to go of this over, and then 1 over after that to conclude the innings. Again, apologies, I think we've just had a bit of buffering on the stream, which awful lot of people here on the internet, so it's a bit of a struggle. And Ollie Allison bowls, Waka Shafiq swings the bat, goes through to the wicket keeper, and end of the over, Harold Wood are on at 198 for 7. So 1 over to go, to be bowled by Charlie Watts. So Watts to Taki Abbas, who's currently on 1. Short ball, and he's got away with that. It's over the heads of both Hills and Hobbs, and it has made a 4. So ball back with Charlie Watts, and comes to the bowl, and a fuller ball. Abbas shapes to play a shot, just gets edge into his pants, and no run. But that 4 brought up the 200 for Harold Wood.
This is my day now, every day. It's bad.
Run rate now nudged up to 4.56 and over.
Yeah, I was looking for jobs, man.
Watts to Abbas, short, and it's cut again for 4. Nobody's stopping that. Short deliveries seem to be getting what they deserve here. I think the conversation will include the words full and straight. So 3 balls to go of this innings. Taki Abbas very quickly moved on to 9 off 4 deliveries. Charlie Watts comes into bowl. Fuller. This time it's gone through again for a further 4. So Taki Abbas clearly the man of the moment. 3 4s in 4 deliveries. As we bring this innings to a conclusion with 2 balls to go. Joe McGregor crossing over to strengthen the offside. So Charlie Watts to Taki Abbas, and short, and it's caught by Vikas Agarwal. Fine catch.
I don't really want to go in it in the club. I've had enough. I haven't, but I'd rather go there.
So that should bring Harry Thompson to the crease with 1 delivery to go.
But all my friends say, they say I drink a lot. Well, they say I drink a lot, quantity. Not like that. I don't drink all the time.
So,
They say when you drink a lot.
oh, it's Dan Carter. Oh, I've been corrected. It's not Harry Thompson. It's Dan Carter.
Dangerous.
Right, who has got 1 ball to face, but I can play a replay of the last wicket. Shame I haven't got the second camera, because that was actually a fine catch by Vikas Agarwal running in a good 10-15 yards to a ball that was dropping quite quickly. So back live, Dan Carter to face the last ball of the innings on a bit of a hide into nothing. Not a lot he can do other than swing the willow, I would think. I suspect not someone who's keen on protecting his averages, but we shall see. So Watts comes in to bowl to Carton. False start by Charlie Watts. Turns round, walks back to his run up. End of his run up. Comes in for the final ball this innings. Bowls short. Carter has attempted to hook it, gets away with a single, and that concludes the innings on 211. At the end of the over, and we now have an innings during which time I'm going to automate some scorecards for you. And we're back with commentary in about 20 minutes.
Again.
Umpires Innings, Katia and Raf Patel walking back out to the wicket, followed by the Harold Wood team as we're about to resume the second half of this match. Okay, we're about to resume play with Joe McGregor on strike, joined by Darren Eckford, the skipper. Signal from umpire Raf Patel, and it will be Daniel Carter to open the bowling from the, I'll call it the playground end. The wind's got up a little bit, so we might have a bit of camera shake, but the target is 212 at a required rate of 4.71. Carter comes in, bowls, and McGregor plays it out for a single, sorry, for no run. For no run. Getting ahead of myself there. Yeah. One second. And Carter comes into bowl to McGregor, and McGregor defends and plays it back up the wicket. And Carter comes into bowl. McGregor edges it and goes all along the deck for no run.
We're doing different.
No problem. Dan Carter to Joe McGregor, and McGregor, nice and solid, plays it back down the wicket for no run. Carter bowls, McGregor pushes it square, no run. And Carter bowls, and again pushed out square, no run, and a maiden over to start us off. And to open the bowling for Harold Wood from the pavilion end, we have Harry Thompson. Colchester skipper Darren Eckford taking guard. And Thompson comes into bowl full length, and it's played square by Darren Eckford for no run. Thompson comes in, bowls, and the ball goes down the leg side, and a wide is signalled by Innings Katia, and Colchester open the scoring with an extra. So runs required now at 211. Thompson bowls, and a further ball down the leg side. Losing his line here. And the Colchester score moves on to 2. Thompson moves in, bowls, and Eckford leaves, wideish ball. Field set, typical power play field, with a third man, only man actually out in the deep, can't see another man wide. Thompson comes into Eckford, bowls, and rises, beats the bat, no run. Eckford gets wrapped on the pads. Going down is the sign from umpire Katia. No run. Thompson starts his run. Bowls, and a further ball down the leg side gives another single to the score. 3 wides in this over. I think it worth commenting that Colchester's bowling was particularly disciplined today, conceding much fewer extras than they have done in recent weeks. Thompson to Eckford, and Eckford solidly gets behind it for no run. Thompson to Eckford, and no run. At the end of the over, Colchester move on to 3 for no wicket. And I've been joined here by Ollie Allison. who hopefully is going to share the commentary with me a little bit, because I've already done 45 overs and it's hard work. So how do you see the position from here, Ollie?
Well, I feel like we got off to a very strong start. We stuck with it at the start. Really good opening bowling from Darren and
Now you've forgotten.
forgotten. And Vic, sorry.
Yeah.
Then
I thought Vic
punched it.
Agarwal bowled really well.
Yeah, he
Well,
did bowl really well.
all bowlers have bowled well today. And we have Daniel Carter coming into Joe McGregor. Joe watchfully leaves it as it goes past harmlessly into the wicketkeeper's gloves. So how do you think your spell went after coming back after some weeks
Well,
away?
First spell, I felt bowled really well. Getting to swing in quite a bit and to move on the seam.
Well, it's good to have you back, Ollie.
Yeah,
Good to have you
thank
back. So Carter into McGregor. McGregor firmly pushes it out into the covers for no run.
I'll be back for next week, then school games again,
Well,
unfortunately.
I'd love to be back at school, Ollie. That's all I can say. All your life in front of you, mate. 40 years of cricket to come, and going.
No ball.
And no ball. Well, we don't know whether that was going to be a decisive call by the umpire in the terms of the line of the delivery.
Going
but
down leg by miles.
we have a no ball, which means Mr. McGregor has a free hit. So your opinion was down? Oh yeah, down the leg side. Looking at the replay.
Down the leg side.
And McGregor has
Oh.
blasted that straight back at the bowler, I think. But they scramble through for a single. And the score moves on to 4, bringing Eckford on strike against Carter for the first time.
What do you think about Darren opening the batting?
Well, yeah, he can bat. I'd like to see Julian back, but
Yes.
I believe it's well, obviously not happening at the moment. But
Good shapes.
yeah, Darren can certainly bat. Dot. No other volunteers then. You don't fancy it?
Sitting shade.
Yeah.
It's just
It was good to see him bowling again after so many weeks of not bowling.
that's nice.
So Carter comes into Eckford, who tries to clip it off his hips, but it goes nowhere.
Didn't know I was going to be bowling last week because I dislocated that finger last Saturday playing for
All
school.
right. Well, he will play these dangerous school games, Ollie.
Yeah.
So school finished now pretty well.
I've got one exam left, then I'm done, but still going to be playing cricket. for school.
So Carter comes into Eckford, who blasts that square, and they take 1, 2,
2 runs.
just 2 runs. And end of the over, score moves on to 5. 7, what have I missed?
That is 7, it is 7.
Oh, 7, sorry. I thought I'd made an error there, but in fact it's 7. I didn't add the 2 on to my commentary, although I added it to my computer and my screen. So apologies for that. Trying to do too many things at once, I think, here. So Harry Thompson to bowl to Joe McGregor. This week we have Colchester up with the Duckworth-Lewis rates, which we failed to do last week. Duckworth-Lewis, our score at the end of the over is 7, and we've scored 7, so we're fractioning credit.
How many runs were we behind last week on it?
We lost by 8 runs last week.
8 runs.
2 slogs.
Yeah.
And it was on the board, but it's history now.
Yeah.
Got to move on to this game. So Thompson bowls to McGregor, and McGregor firmly drives it straight down the wicket, where it's partially fielded by Thompson. No run. So Thompson to McGregor, and that's a wide ball signalled by umpire Katia.
Plenty of those today.
Well, I was saying on commentary earlier that I thought it was the most disciplined bowling I've seen from Colchester for a long, long time.
Yeah, it was very good.
Extras were very few by comparison to
Previous weeks.
well, not previous weeks, previous years, I would say. We have been quite notorious for, well, 5 wides as regular. McGregor has smashed that, but it's well fielded and no run.
Yeah, we tried last night in training to try and focus really hard on bowling maidens in the middle practice.
Yeah, well, it was achieved today. What's the magic touch that Vikas Agarwal seems to have? Because he's not gone for anything for 3 weeks.
I know.
No one's laid a ball on him.
Extremely
Dot ball.
good. It's very hard to hit, especially on this wicket. It's just slow and sticky. I would hate to face him on this wicket.
So Harry Thompson to Joe McGregor, bowls, and
Oh,
beautiful!
lovely.
That's a shot of the day, McGregor.
Yeah, Joey.
Absolute shot of the day. And hopefully the ball's gone far enough, so I should be able to squeeze a replay in of that. Come on.
How do you do the replays? How do you do that? Lovely shot.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Nuts in. Right through the legs.
So Thompson comes into McGregor, who again
Quick
drives
single.
the ball straight.
Lovely running. Great running.
Good run in for a single. And Colchester at the end of the over, 4 overs for 13. Good to get a thumbs up from my colleague scorer Bradley Donovan. He's socially distanced behind me in the score box. I'm sat in the sunshine, well, almost in the sunshine. Nice to have a sunny, warm day for once. So it'll be Carter to McGregor. 4 overs gone.
They opened last year with Abbas, didn't they? Here last year.
Can't remember, to be honest. I've scored here so often, it fades into what happened in what year. So Dot to McGregor.
Barely.
Jack Hobbs commenting on Ollie Allison's commentary here. We're going to pull him in and he can have a go in a little while. We know Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs will be listening. It's good to have a bit of relief after 40 odd overs of doing it on our own. Oh, that's a good delivery that McGregor plays and misses. So a solid start here by Colchester. 13 or 4 overs with the run rate. Carter comes in, bowls,
Keeps a bit low.
and did keep low. And
Good
quick
run
single stolen by Joe McGregor, bringing Darren Eckford back on strike.
How long does it take How long does it take to put the camera up? How long does that take?
About 10 minutes now,
10 minutes.
all in. It's I've revised it over some years now, and it's now pretty easy. Oh, another good delivery by Dan Carter. Shapes past Darren Eckford.
I think Jane and Paddy are listening. So.
Hello there to Jane and Paddy Hobbs.
Message from your son. Right, we're going to get him on commentary in a minute. Yeah, I mean, it's taken me 3 years to progressively revise it, but a nice shot by Darren Eckford. It's
that goes to
going to beat the fielder, and
Yeah. Is that,
Uh,
no.
I'm not
Oh,
sure what's happened there. Umpire. I thought it was 4, but
2 runs.
no, only 2 runs. No signal from the umpire, so did seem to go past the bench, I thought, but there we are, just 2 runs. And Eckford,
good shot from
lovely
Eckford.
shot by Darren Eckford, out through, down
Mid-wicket
into
area.
1 and 2 to Eckford. Takes the score on to 16 after 5 overs. Indeed, it's 18. My system is updating slowly.
Never counts in the last ball in the over.
I'm cross-checking with my colleague Bradley Donovan here. Making the fatal mistake of looking at my screen, reading the score, and then watching it update before my very eyes, having just pressed the button to add the 2. But rookie errors, I'm afraid. Rookie errors. But I think we're doing fairly well here, Ollie.
You are, yes.
Well, last week I only did sort of public address style announcements, whereas this week I've actually attempted to do a commentary.
Yeah.
Thompson bowls, Eckford plays it back down the wicket for no run. It's surprisingly more difficult than it looks or sounds. So Thompson comes in, bowls to McGregor past umpire Katia, and
Wide
we
ball.
have a wide ball, well spotted, Ollie. Wide's making a handy contribution to the total here. As Harry Thompson comes into bowl to Joe McGregor.
Oh,
That
that's
kept
lowy.
seriously low, but it's beaten everybody.
That,
And we have 1 bye. There were 1 or 2 that misbehaved in the first innings, I thought, Ollie. Kept low. There's a couple particularly in the first over when...
yeah, Darren's first ball.
Bounced
the Simon.
I mean, I don't know whether Darren put his full back into it in that first over. There was a couple that kept low, and then
Yeah,
they
so-
seemed to behave a lot better.
Yeah.
And Darren just plays that round the corner for no run. Yeah, there was certainly the odd 1 or 2 that...
There was Hillsy's ball which popped up and hit the batsman in the glove.
yes,
in the
that's
first over.
Hamza Ikram, I think that was. I think it was about his second ball he
Yeah, it
faced.
was, yeah.
which
Quite dangerous.
is not the most pleasant of welcomes, but he went on to get a fine 50, of course. And that is a fine.
Not plug. Yeah, look, it's plugged.
Yes, it's plugged.
Good running.
2 Eckford.
Yeah, so dry over here. It's just,
Yeah, I think that one. I'm not a golfer. What was that? 4 iron or something?
a
You're a
little wedge.
golfer, Ollie?
Yeah, yes, I am. Yeah.
Rumour has it that's the only time you get 100 on a golf course. Harry Thompson to Eckford again, bowls, and Eckford again has firmly struck it, but it's fielded. No run.
Is this on YouTube as well?
Yeah.
It's Colchester cricket.
It's you're best going on to play cricket and then going on that way. And
look at
that's
Stopped in the wicket. That.
stopped dead. So 22 off 6 overs. Good thumbs up from Bradley, my colleague. I like that when we're in order. Much better when the score agrees. When the score disagrees between 2 scorers, it can be a bit stressful. And we have a sanitised break. So time to mention our sponsors, Positive Waste Solutions, with the sanitised break bumper that we've made for them. Again, they've done a fantastic job painting our clubhouse this week. Super to have a sponsor that's been so generous and so helpful. And we return to the live action. So back live play again with Dan Carter to bowl to Joe McGregor. Comes up to the wicket past umpire Patel, bowls and a
Quick
nice
single.
quick single to Joe McGregor. Very sensibly played. Rotating the strike nicely here. Brings Darren Eckford on to strike. Carter bowls and Eckford shoulders, arms and leaves. So we've got Ollie now reviewing his wickets.
Oh no.
And nice pick up by Darren
Lovely.
Eckford,
Yeah,
and
Dad.
he's lifted that for 4 runs over mid wicket. And that's gone far enough for me to be able to throw a replay into the mix. Ball retrieved. And there goes the replay. Nice shot.
Lovely pickup.
Yeah. Shame that I don't have 2 cameras operating here, but next week back at home against Billericay we should. Carter comes into bowl the balls. Umpire Patel does a little dance to signify dead ball. Carter comes in, bowls, and
Well left.
another shoulder, arms, and leave.
Trying to see my LBW, one which I had.
Yeah, the clips take a long time to upload, so it might not have uploaded yet, Ollie, I'm afraid. Carter to Eckford.
Lovely shot.
And
no.
no run though. Yeah, currently, I mean, the stream's running live, but I've got 220 ball-by-ball clips in the backlog. Because I, as well as the live stream, each ball is individually captured. And you can see there on the screen now, Ollie, 220 balls to upload. So, slight thick edge there, and Darren Eckford takes one. End of the over, and Colchester move on to 28 off 7. Thumbs up from Bradley. I mean, Duckworth Lewis wouldn't come into play until the 20th over, and probably not going to feature today because it doesn't look like rain. But we would currently need to be on 18, so we're ahead of the rate. Unlike last week where we lagged behind it and never kept up with where we should be. But a good start made here by Colchester, and Harry Thompson from the pavilion end to bowl to Darren Eckford, who is hit on the pad, and no appeal, ball going down, no run. And Ollie has got a fine packet of Asda malted milks. I think there may be an interruption in commentary in a moment as I take one of his malted milks and let him take over the mic. Eckford pushes one, and a further run is added, and I will take a malted milk, allowing Ollie to commentate on this next ball.
Oh, Joseph McGregor. Come on, Joseph. Harry Thompson.
It's Harry Thompson.
Harry
bowling.
Thompson. Here we go. Oh. It's on the back foot from Joe McGregor there. Probably could have pulled it, but Joey can't play the pull shot, so that's fine. Oh, kept it low there. Well watched from Joe McGregor. 3.78 and over.
These oohs and ahs, they make you a porn star if you keep going at this rate, Ollie. Will we have another ooh from Ollie?
It's well bowled that. Good length.
Well, I'm going to take advantage of another malted milk, as Ollie snatches them away from me. So Harry Thompson to McGregor.
Wide ball. Oh.
It was a very wide ball, but Joey
Good feeling
McGregor
on the
managed to
boundary.
get some bat on it to take a single. And Colchester move on to 30 after 8 overs. run rate just a fraction behind the required rate, but plenty of time to accelerate with wickets in hand. So Joe McGregor is on 9 and Darren Eckford on 14, and Dan Carter to continue to Joe McGregor.
Well left from Joey there. It's also Joe's dad's birthday today. Wishing Jamie happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Jamie. We'll get the whole team to sing it if we win this game.
Well played, Joe.
Good to see a busy patio with lots of alcohol flowing after so many weeks of no spectators. And so Dan Carter to McGregor, who
Good
pushes it
quick
off his
single.
hip, takes a quick single. These two nicely rotating the strike.
Right, really close, really close. I'm defending it.
Carter comes
Oi.
in, bowls, and McGregor takes a swipe at it and fortunately doesn't connect.
Hopsy.
Lots of shy cricketers here all refusing to join me on commentary as Carter bowls to Darren Eckford for another dot ball. Carter comes in past umpire Patel, bowls, and
Oi. Cool.
a further dot. So at the end of the over, we move on to 31 off 9.
I was so surprised.
And we can throw in a comparison of the run rates. Colchester slightly ahead of where Harold Wood was.
See if Hills wants to come in.
And we return to the action with Harry Thompson to bowl to Joe McGregor. Still only one man out on the deep at third man. Resting a...
And fine leg.
Oh, there's a fine leg as well, lost amongst the spectators. And very solidly played by Joe McGregor.
Grandma messaged me saying listening to your commentary through my phone.
And, a dot ball. So that was your grandma who messaged you, Ollie.
Yeah, she's watching.
So what your grandma's name?
Mariel.
Oh right, Grandma
Mariel
Mary.
and John.
Sorry.
Mariel and John.
Oh right, Grandma Mary. Good to hear you. That you're listening to us on your phone. Hope you watching the stream as well. And McGregor plays a fine shot,
Well
but
fielded.
no reward. Thompson comes in, bowls, and
Great
a
shot.
great
Great
shot by Joe McGregor, real class shot,
Through to 4. Lovely.
all the way to the boundary for 4. And plenty of time to throw a replay into the mix. Another fine shot showing his class. Joe, of course, has featured a few times this year for Essex Seconds and looks as though he's got a good future in front of him. And another,
And 12th man
Shot.
for first as well. He was on-
yes, he has been 12th man for you for the first. And it's good to see that your brother made his debut
Yes,
a couple of games ago.
yes,
Did very well.
unfortunate to get a second go, but
Well,
with
he's
Siddle coming back,
yeah,
it's very hard.
it's very, very, very difficult when he's a cricketer as fine as Peter Siddle to compete with. But his time will come.
Certainly will. Who are Brentwood playing today? Do you
So
know?
who?
Brentwood. Who are they
I'm
playing?
not sure. End of the over, 10 overs gone, and the score is 35. I think we have a change of bowling.
Wackass. So.
So, first change of bowling for Harold Wood, coming on from what I call the playground end. I'm sure it's got a more elegant name than that, but it's Waqas Shafiq. So, Harold Wood reverting to a bit of spin, I think, or maybe not. No, only 3 or 4 paces. So Waqas Shafiq will be bowling to Darren Eckford. Charlie Fernandez turned a few, I thought, today.
Yeah, he's been bowling well recently. I don't.
I
Well
thought
in training as well.
I thought the way he the shape through the air was very good.
Yeah, he gets a
Varied
good
his line,
turn.
his length, and his flight very well. And
Very well, yeah.
Shafiq tosses that one up, which Eckford watchfully plays very gingerly, a bit suspiciously, perhaps having a look and see what he actually does, but takes the bat to the second delivery and pushes it for a single. Scoreboard ticking along quite nicely here. So Shafiq to Joe McGregor, who, that kept low a bit.
Just get it on a bit as well.
So Waqas Shafiq bowls and McGregor pushes it through for a comfortable single. Nice steady start here. Run rate creeping up a little bit, but not alarmingly, or run rate required. Oh, that looked like a decent delivery. Shafiq to Eckford, who firmly strikes that through the offside, but no run. And Colchester have moved on to 37 off 11 overs. Batsman having a conversation in the middle. Customary fist bump. And Joe McGregor returns back to the crease with Harry Thompson to continue from the pavilion end. And absolutely beautiful shot again by Joey. 4 runs all along the deck. Absolute class shot. Time to slip a replay in. All along the ground, absolutely classic shot. Great asset for such a youngster, isn't he?
Yeah.
I know you're a youngster yourself, but very, very talented young man. And of course his sister's playing for Essex
Esme,
Women,
yes.
so
It's doing very well.
very well, the pair of them. On video scoring the women's game against Hutton tomorrow, so I believe Esme's playing in that. People can have a look at her on the screen. That game to take place at Castle Park. Probably the 2 stronger sides in the Essex Women's League, although I don't have a great awareness of that league, I'm afraid. Thompson to McGregor, didn't get up particularly well again.
It's 19 or 40. Getting a bit chilly now, isn't it?
It has gone a bit chilly actually.
Sweat.
So McGregor firmly plays it out for no run. It has gone somewhat chilly as the sun's passed over the top of the pavilion. As Thompson comes to bowl to McGregor, who plays that defensively but firmly. And Colchester have moved on to 41 off 12 overs. Opportunity with the bowlers change ends to have a look at the worm, and Colchester just ahead, although Harold Wood had lost 2 wickets by the current point. pause in play for a sanitised break, which comes round every 6 overs. And we shall be returning to live play with Wakas Shafiq from the playground end.
Yeah, he said to you, if you want to do it there. His dad said to me, go get MOT done on the phone. That's alright.
So a lot of movement in the field. No slip now. So Craig Perrin going on the defensive fairly early. So Waka Shafiq to bowl to Darren Eckford, who plays a very firm shot fielded by the bowler for no run. So Waka Shafiq comes past Patel, and good shot by Darren. Don't think it'll be, no, won't quite make the boundary, but they've made 3 runs, which I believe is the first 3 of the day. 3, yeah. Don't recall another 3 all day actually. 2s and 4s and 1s and a few wides, but don't believe we had a 3. And McGregor has, it was a great shot, but he's only got 1 for it. Well fielded.
And good running.
And indeed, good running as well. So Shafiq to, and Eckford has, there's a man out there this time ready for him. Out at deep mid wicket, so it's just the single. Repeat of an earlier shot that Darren made that actually made it to the boundary. Didn't quite get hold of that as well. And Waka Shafiq bowls to Joe McGregor, who just pushes it very sensibly through mid-on. And the batsman change ends for a single. Steady 6 off the over here so far. 1 ball to come.
Well played.
Yep.
Tempted him there with the...
It was tempting. I'm afraid I would have had to smash that. But then I would never have opened the batting for the first team. In fact, I would never got in the first team. And now you know the reason why. So 47 off 13. Thank you. We have a change of bowling.
He's asking Johnson more room, so...
Yeah. Is this Irfan? Ikram, yeah, Ikram. So we have a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it's Hamza Ikram. Hamza Ikram comes to bowl to Joe McGregor. And look to find delivery. Joe McGregor played and missed. He won't be happy with that. He's a bit of a perfectionist. And when I do the video count as to how many views I've got, I always put 10% down to Joe, because I know he reviews every one of his balls over and over again, because he is such a master perfectionist. And all good. And a fine shot for nothing.
Huh? Yeah, that's just sound to isolate now. Jack, is he watching the cricket?
I've been told we need to give a shout out for Ben Robinson, who is at the airport pending quarantine. Don't know where he's been, but it's obviously somewhere exotic if he's into quarantine. Hamza Ikram bowls, and Joe McGregor pushes it out to the leg side for no run. Firmly played again by Joe McGregor for no run. Seems to be going a bit chillier here, Ollie.
I'm getting colder and I want to get a jumper on.
And Ikram to finish off the over, and no run.
Oh, yes, there was a run.
Oh, there is a run.
Yeah.
So a misfield.
Bad misfield as well.
Yeah. So a single that unexpected. And Colchester move on to 48 off 14. Another thumbs up from my colleague Bradley. Scores for Harold Wood. So that will bring Waka Shafiq to bowl to Joe McGregor. And McGregor,
Oh, well stopped.
it was a good stop.
Smashed it to mid-off.
Joe's eyes definitely lit up there. Couldn't quite get it straight enough. And McGregor has again
nearly.
picked out the fielder.
Just dropped short.
Yeah. Shafiq bowls, and that's short, and it picks out the same fielder again.
God, 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Joe's obviously practiced that shot well if he can hit the same fielder 3 times in 3 deliveries.
What's happened there?
Fielder waving a thumb.
dislocation maybe? Yeah, dislocation. He's holding it up.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt that much.
Oh, I don't know. I've dislocated the shoulder 6 times, and that's painful.
Shoulder's painful, yeah.
Shoulder's seriously painful.
When it's a finger,
Finger or no.
it's only a finger, doesn't hurt that
As
much.
the former wicket keeper, I just break fingers.
So he should put it back in place. It doesn't even hurt.
Well, he's just changed positions. He's not dislocated. He's obviously bruised it, I think.
Yeah, he's just scared of the ball going towards him all the time, I think.
Well,
Great single.
push from Joe McGregor brings
Finally.
a single, bringing Darren Eckford back on strike. So Shafiq to Darren Eckford, who treats him with
look at
no
that.
respect whatsoever and hoists him
For 6.
for, yes indeed, a maximum, which takes the Colchester score on to 55 off 15, and that's gone far enough for me to put a replay into the stream, and that also brings up the 50 partnership and 50 runs for Colchester. 55 runs indeed have come in 91 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 6.
Look at that. Boom.
A good hit that, Ollie.
It didn't sound very good. It sounded like he towed it. Darren's a very strong man. Here he is. Here's the guy.
I think it might be a broken nail. Hamza Ikram to Joe McGregor.
Desiccated.
Beautiful shot by McGregor again.
I did that finger last week. You try and get it popped in place.
How do you do that?
You might. It doesn't hurt as much as you think. So,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's just starting to sting a bit now.
yeah.
I probably can play on, but I sort of want to get it sorted out.
Yeah. I mean,
And Ikram to McGregor again, and who pushes it into the vacant field. And did he just get 2 for that?
was that 2?
It was just 2, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah. So he's getting very busy in front of the score box here. Lots of people milling about, lots of alcohol flowing, and maybe as cricket should be. As Hamza Ikram bowls to Joe McGregor.
Oh, Joey. Should have pulled it.
No, I think he's got the right mentality for an opener. He protects his wicket very well.
Boring, very boring player.
No, I don't think he's boring at all. I love watching Joe McGregor.
Yeah, I do as well.
I mean, the 3 shots he's played straight down the ground. They're just empirical.
Oh, look at that.
And he fished at that one and shouldn't have.
Yeah, we'll look back at
The 3 straight drives. I mean, it's a miracle he didn't hit the stumps at the other end, at the bowler's end. They pass so closely past them, straight under the sight screen. And
defended.
a defensive shot again. So, do we know where Mr. Robinson's been?
No. I do not.
Do we even know if he's watching the cricket at the airport?
I think he is, yeah.
Someone's obviously been in communication with him.
Oh, look at that.
And it's squirted out, and got a run for it. Darren Eckford had set off, and Joe a bit ball watching there, but he made his ground. And the Colchester score moves on to 62 off 16. Thumbs up from Bradley.
Face look familiar to you? This is on his Instagram.
All right.
Do you know what that is?
No, I'm sharing a photograph here with Ollie.
It's just pictures of where he's been, but
All right.
I'm not sure where he's been.
Okay, we've got another over starting with Wakas Shafiq bowling to Darren Eckford. Tell a lie, he's bowling to Joe McGregor. Me not paying attention. Joe McGregor on 30 off 62, and he defensively plays the ball back. As Ollie Allison dips in the malted milk biscuits again. And McGregor plays a fine shot out, but it's picked up on the cover boundary, and he just takes a single, bringing skipper Darren Eckford back on strike. And Dr. Eckford.
Sorry, can I take someone in chairs? Is that all right? Over there. You see them plastic?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with us.
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah, of course. There's three. What did he try there?
Not sure what he tried there. And there's a single to.
Sorry, Harriet, we need a couple of drinks.
Do you need some water?
No, I'm fine. And 64 off 17.
He doesn't know the Wi-Fi. Do you have data? Huh?
Apologies to anybody that lost the stream for a brief moment there, but we lost the internet connection. We're back live now with Hamza Ikram bowling to Darren Eckford, who plays a fine shot out to the offside for a single.
Offered put on the group chat, Ollie, you're sending us to sleep here, mate. Oh, offered.
Alright. Message we've had from George Offord, who's watching the stream, enjoying Ollie's commentary, so it seems.
Yeah, who isn't? God.
Nice thing there from Joe Egger.
Well left.
Was a good leave indeed.
Patience.
66 off 18.
Charlie, you come.
And we have some sort of
Commentary.
sanitised break. Right, we have a change in the commentary box here. We've got Ollie Hills, who's joined me.
Hello to all our listeners, good to be here.
Very welcome, Ollie.
It's been a weird game, hasn't it, Walsh, to be fair? We've had a great start with Darren and Joe.
Oh, it's excellent.
Yeah, I agree.
And McGregor pushes the ball square for a single.
I think they've had a really good start, and I think they've taken their singles really, really well. Something that we've tried to work on this week during the week. We're working on sort of singles and twos in the nets.
Yeah.
The shot selection has been very, very beneficial today.
And Darren gets a thick edge, and it goes down to third man and takes two. So how do you think you bowled today, Ollie?
Yeah, I think I struggled on the rhythm. Today, a little bit short in places. I didn't control the swing, but something to work on this week. But yeah, I thought Ollie, Allison and Charlie Watts bowled very, very well towards the start and the end of the innings.
Wasn't a day for bowling short, I thought.
No, I agree. Having said that, I only went for one boundary, I would have thought. But
I was surprised at the shortage of boundaries.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 sides of this pitch. It's fairly short, and
there've been a couple of cracking sixes from
there
both
was
teams.
indeed.
But
Eckford just pushes the ball back. No run.
would you rather have been a professional batsman or a professional bowler?
Professional wicket keeper, me.
Oh, really?
Oh, and a bit sneaky. Snick for 4 to Darren Eckford. They all look the same in the book, but I'm afraid they all look differently on the live stream.
We've had a shout-out opportunity, whilst sorry to interrupt, of the number 2 groundsman in the county, Jez Sandler, who is listening to us and listening to the commentary.
Only the number 2 groundsman.
Yes.
Who's now overtaken him? I thought
believe
he was
Lawrence
the
from
top man.
Brentwood, I
Oh,
believe.
Lawrence from Brentwood. Oh, right.
He's
So,
a great man. Better chat, I believe.
Ikram continuing to bowl to McGregor. Both batsmen on 33. Nice steady start. And Ikram bowls. McGregor takes a step up the wicket. No run.
Run rate's looking good, Wolski. Only just behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing for me is bearing in mind we're in the 19th over. This time last week we were considerably behind the Duckworth-Lewis rate.
Yeah.
Today, as it stands at the end of the over, we need to be on 59 because, of course, we constitute a game. We're on 73, so we're pacing it so much better. And McGregor slices that down to 3rd man for a single.
I think the weather's definitely had an impact. Clear blue skies and the sun as well. I think it's proving very difficult for the fielding side today.
Yeah.
Can see a couple of rouge necks in the Colchester contingent at the moment,
Yeah.
especially the bowlers.
So Ikram bowls, and that is absolutely bludgeoned by Darren Eckford for 4. And again, hopefully we can have time to slip a replay.
Is there any way that the our listeners can tune in via questions or anything like that? Is there any way that they can sort of ask?
They can phone you.
Oh, I see.
Dot. I'm deliberately not putting out Twitter tweets at the moment because each week I've tried something new. Action replays came in at the start of the season. I've added a second camera, although it's not in today. I tried audio for the first time last week. This week I've got a condensing mic, and I think it's probably so much better. But good shot, and it's got through the man.
I don't think it's going to go.
No, it's not going to go, but
3.
it's
Well ran. Very
yes, the
quick.
second 3 of the day. Not many 3s today. Oops. I have double clicked 2 3s there when I only wanted to click 1.
What's your favourite colour, Wolski?
My favourite colour? Oh, it's got to be blue and white
I see.
for the mighty Colchester United.
How have they fared this season?
Avoided relegation, which is the most important
Brilliant.
thing that I can say. And McGregor just pushes it out to the offside for no run.
Are you a season ticket holder?
I am indeed a season ticket holder, although I've not been in the ground for over a year now with the COVID. And the score after 21 overs is 81. 81, yeah, thumbs up from Bradley Donovan, my colleague scorer.
Who's your favourite commentator from Test Match Special?
Oh, difficult. I quite like listening to Keezy.
Do you?
We have a a change of bowling here, I think.
Looks like they're number 4. I believe.
Shabazz Khan.
Yeah, Shabazz Khan. Yeah.
And it's a change of bowling from the playground end. We have Shabazz Khan bowling to Darren Eckford with Colchester on 81 for no wicket.
Looks like right arm over.
Yeah. And Eckford clips it off his thigh and goes back with a square, and
Looks like 3.
it's at least 2. Field just making it. Well, we definitely have a game now because 20 overs have been completed. So, should we have an interruption now, it would be Duckworth-Lewis, or Duckworth-Lewis-Stern more correctly, to give it its correct title. Shabazz Khan bowling to Eckford, who lets the ball go down the leg side, and we have a wide.
Apparently so.
Yeah, I've just had a message to say that the stream is 3 balls behind the audio commentary. I'm not surprised, it's just the strength of the internet connection, so please bear with us. And
Looks like 4. Golski.
waiting for the signal, it is indeed 4. Yeah, if people notice at the county ground, it's quite often the Essex radio commentary is 10 seconds ahead of the action. Obviously it's down to quality of internet, and I am actually connected to Ollie Allison's phone at the moment because mine's on charge. Castle Park, it shouldn't be a problem because we've got a very fine connection there.
Would you go on a date if you? Sorry, if I'll rephrase the question. If you had to go on a date with any of the Test Match Special team, who would you go on a date with and why?
Oh, I don't do blokes.
I think mine would probably be David Lloyd. No, actually, I think it's probably the go-to is Aggers. I think he's got a lot of stories to tell.
Oh, right. I've got a lot of stories to tell, but
Yeah.
Shabazz Khan to Eckford for nothing. I've got a lot of stories to tell. Not when my commentary is 3 balls ahead of the. One to Eckford.
Where do you like scoring, Wolski? Is there a particular ground in Essex in the league that you like to score
Oh,
at?
in the league, I mean, I love scoring at the county ground. Absolutely fantastic view, best seat in the house. I quite like it here, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Got lots of people watching the cricket.
yeah, a
with their
lot
drinks.
of grounds is a problem because you're a long way. Indeed, at Castle Park, you're a long way from the action,
Yeah, you are.
and that can cause difficulties with player identification and.
Bowler's name.
Well, no, not as well as that. 89 off 21 I have Bradley. I got a thumbs up.
Partnership's 89 off 127 balls.
Indeed, 89 off 127. I'm going to now see how much charge I've got in my phone, because if I can go back onto this, I think the...
Abbas is coming on to bowl.
Abbas, yep. So
What's this end called?
I can call it the pavilion end.
Okay.
Let me have a look what battery charge I've got here.
Any listeners want to ask any questions for Wolski and myself, please feel free to tune in.
So, Taki Abbas is to bowl to Darren Eckford.
Got a slip, the keeper is up. Looks like a spinner or a medium pace.
I don't know what he
We've
does.
got a cow corner or mid wicket that's being moved to deep square. We've got two out on the offside, a long off and a deep cover.
And that just sort of died, and not sure what happened to that one.
Looks like a leg spin action.
Yeah, hey, definitely leg spinner delivery, but it just went wide and wider. And well fielded, well struck and well fielded.
Maybe two.
Yeah, maybe two. Two to Darren Eckford.
Who do you think's going to win the football tonight, Wolski?
I don't really care, to be honest. I've no love of either Chelsea or Manchester City, or indeed Premier Football.
Oh, really?
I like my non-league, and that's gone all the way 4 to Darren Eckford, and that brings up his 50, indeed, 53 runs in 60 balls with 5 fours and 1 6.
What a six it was.
It was indeed a fine 6.
A big slap to Cat. Lovely. What batted Darren? Pushing for 2.
Yeah.
It's very quick between
And we'll
the
get
wickets.
2.
It's very quick between the wickets, this Darren. Put us in a very, very good position, these two.
Yeah.
Approaching the 100 mark.
And another one that's got through, but I think they'll settle for a single this time. And the score moves on to 98 off 22.
You said you didn't like the. You said you didn't like watching Premier League football. Who would you? Who do you think will win tonight?
Well, Chelsea have won the last 2 games, so it's probably Manchester City's turn, isn't it?
Do you think? Sergio Aguero's last game and all.
Yeah.
Might prove to be in effect.
Of course, there's an event barbecue down the club being organised by Kieran Saville tonight.
The people's captain.
Indeed. So Shabazz Khan to Darren Eckford, who plays and misses.
Bit of pace in the pitch. Looked like he got his arm through.
So I wonder if we're ahead of the stream, behind the stream, or in the stream. Probably in the stream.
Yeah.
I do apologise to our listeners that if the audio is not quite in sync, it is entirely due to local internet conditions. I think we'll have a wide for that.
Do we know who is listening or how many were listening? Is there some sort of way to find out. Maybe in the next over we can find out.
Well, there is. I can. It's not quite like the KGB. I can't tell you exactly who's listening. I can tell you where they are, but I can't tell you who.
I see.
And Darren has not quite got hold of that one. Yeah, let's have a look and see if I've got some YouTube statistics. Can't remember how to do this now. Shabazz comes into Eckford, and that's a fine shot, but he's only going to get a single for it.
Lovely day. Quite an odd choice for a Guinness, but I suppose in the weather, quite a heavy drink, but yeah, lots of lagers on show here at Harold Wood.
Yeah.
I imagine two if Joe runs hard. Yeah, he'll get two. Well ran. He must be close to, oh no, he's not close to 50. Not yet.
No, long way from his 50. 36. He's played a very steady anchor role here. But Colchester have gone through the 100 mark without loss.
And on track with the run rate.
Indeed.
It seems.
27 ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern par rate, so well ahead. And
Joe McGregor running really well again. He's run really, really well today.
And we have
Leg buys.
2 leg buys signalled by umpire Raf Patel. Let's see how much charge I've got in this phone and whether I can get back onto to McGregor, who pushed it to the offside no run.
There's quite a few dogs here earlier, Wolski. Are you a dog person?
My stepdaughter's got a lovely little dog.
Little dog, well that was completely opposite to what we saw today. We saw a massive Doberman that looked like a horse. It's huge. Absolutely huge.
104 off 23 I have in my book, Bradley, and my colleague agrees, so...
Rarely get it wrong, do you, Wolsk?
I have been known to make errors. Player identification's the hard thing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, a couple of weeks ago you all turned up with your pristine shirts with all your numbers on, and then it was so cold half of you put sweaters on.
Yes.
And at Castle Park it's surprisingly difficult to pick up players from 300 yards.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And
he's played that quite well.
Has played that very well out square, cut it for 2. And the score moves on to 106.
106, brilliant. Castle, was that a northern twang?
I'm a Brummie.
Oh yeah. A dot ball for Eckford into the offside.
So,
quite a tight line, I think.
So how are you finding your first stint at commentary, Ollie?
Yeah, it's really good. Hopefully I'm sort of...
Doing very well.
Well, trying not to bore the listeners and yourself, that's the main thing.
Well, you know you're going to get so much stick when you get back to Castle Park.
No, that's okay. I don't mind a bit of stick. Sticks and stones may break my bones.
Well, we'll have to select Mr. Offord to make sure he has a go at it.
Yeah, for sure.
If he's going to snigger in the background.
Yeah. No, George is a great guy.
Oh, and he's picked that up and that has gone. Oh, just missed a young lady by millimetres. And another 6 for Darren Eckford.
Looked like a George offered ball.
We'll have a replay of that one. We're back live with Taki Abbas to Darren, who has
Looked to go again.
tried to repeat the shot and didn't quite get hold of it, and it's a dot.
It's quite a small boundary, isn't that, Walsh, to the leg side?
I was surprised that the further fours weren't scored in the first
Yeah.
innings with it. And that's a lovely shot straight down, but there's a man down there for just the single.
I think there was only one six to that leg side in their innings, I think, off Ollie Allison, I think.
I can't recall actually. 113 off 24, and we have another sanitised break.
Ollie bowled really, really well today. Very, very well. I was very impressed with his slower balls in particular.
Right, I'm going to
You're going to switch over.
try going back on there to see if the audio has got 48% charge.
This is awesome from the opening pair. Absolutely awesome. They have done extremely, extremely well, batted very patiently, taken their chances. And they've now got themselves onto a position where they're in the run rate, well, at the same time the run rate required.
Oh, I'm coming up mine.
Now I need to work out.
Stale on board, isn't it? Pinch is dead. Is it dead or
So plays continuing with Shabazz Khan bowling to Darren Eckford. Colchester well in command of this game, and he plays and misses, and we have a dot. Shabazz Khan comes into bowl to Darren Eckford, who clips it and must have been off the pad. It signifies off the pad. The good news for Ollie Allison is that I'm now back on my own phone as a hotspot, having got some charge into it.
Was that wicket?
No.
The ball hit on the floor?
No. Shabazz Khan bowling to Eckford, who smites it for a single, and he would have been close if he had hit. I'm afraid I've been using my mobile phone as a screen for reviews and stuff, and it ran out of charge. So very grateful to Ollie Allison to let me use his hotspot for a brief while mine's got some charge in it. But hopefully the stream and the commentary will now be back in sync. And Joe McGregor pushes it square and takes a single.
They said it's the cloud one, but it's not very good.
Good.
Wi-Fi.
No. No, I had a problem with the Wi-Fi last year here. So Shabazz Khan to Eckford. And bowls, and Eckford swipes at that, and it's a dot. And you've probably noticed from the camera shake that the wind has got up quite substantially all of a sudden, and it's gone quite chilly. All my co-commentators have deserted me because it's the coldest place in the ground, I think. Shabazz Khan bowls to Darren Eckford, who chops down on it for no run. And at the end of the over, Colchester have moved on to 115 off 25. As a comparison, at the same stage, Harold Wood were 77 for 4. So Colchester very much in the driving seat and looking forward, hopefully from a Colchester perspective, to their first victory of the season. So Taki Abbas to bowl from the pavilion end to Joe McGregor, who's on 37 after 75 deliveries. Colchester requiring 97 off 20 overs at a rate of 4.85 per over, well within what should be their capabilities. And McGregor has left that alone because it's well wide. And Joe McGregor has played that to the man again. And it appears but Joe McGregor has fallen there. Not sure who caught it. Well, we'll find out. And the catcher was Shabbos Khan, and going into bat is Guy Haynes. So Abbas to Haynes, and it's edged and away for a single. I will try and play the Joe McGregor dismissal replay in a moment. It took me a moment to identify the catcher. Abbas to Eckford, who plays firm shot out for no run. Sorry? Oh, it's Guy Haynes. McGregor, sorry, Eckford strikes that firmly for a single. So Abbas to Haynes, who lets that go. And the end of the over, Colchester have lost the wicket, but they've moved on to 118 off 26. And I'm going to attempt to replay Joe McGregor's wicket there. Well, we've got an opportunity between the overs. Don't think the stream captured it, which is always a difficulty. If I don't identify the catcher quickly, the replay will wind back and miss it. So my apologies, but you can wind it back on the stream if you want to see it. So we have Eckford has cut the ball for a single. Yes, unfortunately with this system, if I don't identify the catcher within 30 seconds of the wicket falling, it winds back from the point of player identification rather from the time when I press wicket. So it's a bit difficult when you don't know the opposition players. My apologies. So Shabbos Khan to Guy Haynes, who's got a single to his name, and shoulders, arms and leaves it. Guy's wearing Johnny Bassett Graham's shirt. Johnny Bassett Graham still in New Zealand. We wish him well. And a nice shot from Guy, and that looks as though that's going the distance for 4 runs. And I should be able to get a replay in with that one. Fine shot. So Khan to Haynes. Khan comes into bowl and Haynes plays a firm shot out to mid wicket for no run. Bowls and firmly pushed by Haynes, but no run. Final ball of the over. Khan bowls to Haynes, and Haynes has played a fine shot, and it's beaten the field, and it's 4 runs all the way. And Colchester move on to 127 for 1 after 27 overs. So the equation with 18 overs remaining is runs required 85 at a required rate of 4.72. But this is the point where Harold Wood accelerated. They were 81 for 4 at the same point after 27 overs. And of course we had the fine 100 partnership between Craig Perrin and Hamza Ikram that made them a competitive score. I have Abbas to Eckford, who pushes that square for a single, so for a where it's fielded for no run. Eckford has put that into the air, but it's safe. Somewhat fortunate to get away with that, I think. Drop between 2 fielders in complete no man's land. If you can hear my teeth chattering, it's because they are. It's gone really cold all of a sudden in the shade. Oh, and nicely tickled through the slips by Guy Haynes. Not sure that it's got the legs on it for 4, no, just 2. So I've managed to get myself into a perch that's in the shade, which was rather pleasant when the sun was beating down, but now it's going a bit chilly into the evening. It's a little bit cold, and a fine shot for no run. Davis bowls and dot ball. So he's 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. And at the end of the over, Colchester have moved on to 130 for 1 off 28 overs. 130 for 1. And we have a change of bowling from the playground end. It's Dan Carter returning, opening bowler, and Eckford pushes the ball for no run. Carter comes in, Eckford on strike, and a fine drive for no run, straight down the wicket. Appears I've been deserted by all my co-commentators, decided it's too cold. Moved into the sunshine. It's Carter bowls. Eckford is hit on the pad, and it's too high, I would say, but we have a leg bye. The equation is Colchester requiring 81 runs from 99 deliveries. And I think we'll give credit to Guy Haynes for pulling his bat away from that. Looked like a good leave. Not that I ever left a ball in my life. Carter comes in to bowl, and another leave. Carter to Haynes, and it's looked like ball down the leg side, but no wide signal. Must have brushed his pad. So just the leg bye off the over takes the score on to 131. Continuing from the pavilion end into his fifth over, we have Taki Abbas. So far gone for 24 runs off his 4 overs for 1 wicket. Balls to Eckford, who has hit that pretty hard, but some fine fielding by Craig Perrin, the Haroldwood captain. Abbas bowls, and a shout that must have been some bat in it, because umpire signals run. Umpire Kathira was to say, about to say. And that's a fine shot by Guy Haynes for nothing. Momentum seems to have slowed just a fraction these last couple of overs. Obviously the wicket impacting. Mr. Haynes, who hits the ball very hard and is extremely unlucky that it's ricocheted into the stumps and no run. So just a single off the over, 132 for 1 off 30, and that brings another sanitised break. Again, sanitised breaks occurring every 6 overs. And you not coming back to commentate a bit more, Ollie? Yeah, Ollie wants to go in the sun. They've all deserted me. So we have Daniel Carter to Darren Eckford, and Eckford clips it off his hip and pushes for just a single, fine fielding. And the score moves on to 133. Apologies, missed the live action there because I've got the sponsors caption up too long, and Guy Haynes says, oh, it's cleared the fielder. I thought it was going down the fielder's throat there, but gets away with it, and 4 runs to Guy Haynes. And have 75 runs to win. 14.4 overs, required rate just a fraction over 5, but so Carter turns, comes into bowl on length and just played for no run. This Guy Haynes' first appearance of the season for Colchester. I suspect he's either school or university committed on other Saturdays. But a fine batsman, and that's down the leg side, and it's clipped by the batsman for 4. So nice little tickle there. Takes Haynes on to 19 at almost a run a ball. 19 off 22. Carter bowls and Haynes leaves. So 9 off the over, takes the score on to 141 for 1. we can have a look at the run rate. And Colchester steadily getting towards their target. Pacing this quite well. And Harold Wood are persisting with Taki Abbas from the pavilion end, who bowls, and Exford has top edged it and it's caught by the keeper, and a fine knock comes to an end, caught by Hassan Malik, and that is the end of a very fine innings by the captain. New batsman will be Simon Fernandez, and just an opportunity to play the action replay. For once I think we'll get the catch into vision. Always difficult with one camera, and no, he's just run out of vision. Back to Castle Park and 2 cameras next week, so hopefully we'll be showing you the wickets as they fall if they're in the outfield. Batsman cross, so we have Guy Haynes on strike. Simon Fernandez at the non-striker's end as Taki Abbas comes into bowl, and Guy Haynes flashes at that outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper, no run. Abbas bowls, and that's a fine shot, but there's a fielder out at long on, so Haynes takes a single. We have a very full terrace bar here at Harold Wood. Must be 1, 2, 3, something like 10 full tables of people, all enjoying a fine afternoon at the cricket. Simon Fernandez prepares to receive his first delivery, and he leaves the leg spinner alone, sensibly having a look at him. Abbas comes into bowl and played back where it's fielded for no run. At the end of the over, Colchester have moved on to 142 for 2. Requiring just 70 to win at 5.38 and over. I think we're having another change of bowling. Just need to identify the bowler. Shafiq. So change of bowling, returning from the playground end, Waqas Shafiq, who's currently bowled 5 overs, no maidens, and gone for 24 runs without a wicket. Comes in the bowl to Guy Haynes, who treats him with no respect, cutting him for no run. And plays an identical shot for no run. And that has castled him. Guy Haynes playing all around that. So Haynes is bowled. And the incoming batsman is Charlie Allison. Should have an opportunity to play you a replay of that delivery. Yes. So Charlie Allison on strike. For those waiting to see the individual clips on the Play Cricket website, I'm afraid because of the slow internet here, I've got 335 of them backed up. So I shall be uploading those overnight. So if you want to easily find the clips, they'll be available tomorrow morning. But you can, of course, just wind the stream back if you want to review a wicket immediately. So Shafiq bowls to Allison, who very carefully plays it back down the wicket for no run. And firmly plays that ball out to mid-off for no run. Shafiq bowls. Allison is up the wicket, thick edge through where second slip might be. Scratchily gets 2 runs. As I said, they all look the same in the scorebook. On the stream it shows the reality. So Taki Apis to bowl to Simon Fernandez, who is yet to get off the mark. And does so with that delivery, single out to long on. Colchester requiring 67 at a required rate of 5.66 per over. And Charlie Allison pushes that to the offside for a single. And that turned and beat the batsman Simon Fernandez. Going for a fairly extravagant shot. Two slips in place because Harold Wood now realise they need wickets. and just gently played back up to the bowler. For the dot. Just a slight bit of momentum loss with the wickets falling. And a single pushed out again to long off by Simon Fernandez for a single. And the score is 147 for 3 off 34 overs. So with 11 overs to go, Colchester needs 65 and a required rate of 5.91. So almost a run a ball now, but should be well within their grasp, providing they don't have a flood of wickets tumbling. So Waqar Shafiq is to bowl to Simon Fernandez. I think it's the first ball he's faced from Waqar. Comes the ball and it's driven firmly for a single down to long on. Shafiq bowls to Allison, who gently parries it back down the wicket, very cautiously. Bowls, Charlie pushes it down and they grab a single. So Simon Fernandez back on strike, Waqar Shafiq to bowl. It's a wide one, and oh, he's got hold of that, nearly decapitated the fielder, and that has gone bludgeoned for 4. Surprisingly close to the fielder, that. I don't think the fielder fancied it, to be honest. So 59 runs required, and a further dot ball. 6 off the over so far, well within the range of what Colchester need. Don't need to go anything silly at this stage. And a dot to finish. And with 10 overs to go, Colchester on 153 for 3, requiring 59 to win. Umpire Innings has signalled the final power play. 10 overs to go. Takiakis continuing to bowl, and that's wide and left alone. Charlie Allison's first game for the first team this season, away it's playing school games, I believe. That's a shot that's played straight down the wicket, but bowler fields his own delivery. It's cut firmly square, and they're going to take, oh, it's chaos, and they get one, but it could have been a mission there. Mix up between the players, but Charlie Allison quick enough to make his ground. And good bit of fielding there by the bowler, slightly out of camera vision, I'm afraid. And that is smitten all the way for a fine 4 by Simon Fernandez. And again, it's gone far enough out the ground for me to find time to play a replay. In fact, the ball has been lost in a somewhat thick hedge. Now recovered. And the equation moves on to runs required 54 off 55 balls, so slightly less than a run ball. And chopped down by Fernandez for no run. $158 for 3 off 36. Thumbs up from my colleague Bradley. And we have another sanitised break. So 9 overs remaining, 54 runs required, run rate required exactly 6 if my maths is correct. Question is, what is Craig Perrin, the Harold Wood skipper, going to do? Continuing though to bowl is Waka Shafiq, having bowled 7 overs for 32 runs, bowling to Charlie Allison. And it's a dot. Allison advances down the wicket and plays a firm defensive shot. And Shafiq turns, comes into bowl, and that's firmly pushed down the wicket for a single to Charlie Allison. Further dot. Interestingly, we have a score of 159, and Duckworth Lewis Park at the end of this over will be 153. So Colchester's only just ahead of the rate. 1-2 Fernandez, which will help. With no time to panic. It's certainly not going to rain. And Charlie Allison pushes for a single. And the end of the over, it's 161 for 3 of 37. Eight overs of 51 required. That's 6.38 and over. Taki Abbas to bowl his last over, and Colchester can't afford to fall behind the rate here. They're requiring 6.38 over, should be well within their ability, but last 5 overs we've scored only 19, so Charlie cuts it for no run. We do have some good strikers the ball to come in now. Should have wicket 4. And a further dot. Abbas comes to bowl. Allison has cut the ball hard, but I fear it's going to be only 1 run. The sweeper fills the ball. Abbas to Fernandez, who plays that down the wicket for no run. And a fine shot by Fernandez, but there is a man there, so he only picks up a single. So far only 2 runs off this over and a run rate of 6.84 required, so they could do with finding a boundary from somewhere. And Charlie Allison doesn't manage that. So score is 163 for 3 off 38. 163. Well, if it's any indication, the score is 163 and the Duckworth Lewis par figure is 161. So as it stands at the moment, it's in the balance. Colchester now requiring a rate of 7 and over. Waqar Shafiq to continue to Simon Fernandez. And it's a reverse sweep which has not quite gone, I don't believe. 2 runs. And the field has stopped it, so a run save there, 3 to Fernandez. Charlie has moved on strike, and he's played the ball out to offside, no run. Advanced up the wicket and pushes the ball for a single. Bringing Simon Fernandez back on strike. Shafiq bowls. And another reverse sweep, which this time is stopped. So just picks up a single. And pushed for just a dot. And another dot. So only 5 off the over, below the required rate. 16843 is the Colchester score, and Taki Abbas has bowled out. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 36. So we must have a change of bowling from this end. Soon identify the bowler in a moment. So returning from the pavilion, we have Hamza Ikram. Colchester requiring 44 off 36 balls. And Simon Fernandez strikes that firmly out to the onside for a single. Charlie pushes it square and no run. Hamza Ikram comes to bowl. Full delivery, in fact full toss, which Charlie pushes for just a single. Ikram bowls, Simon Fernandez strikes a fine shot for 4 all the way. Exactly what was needed. And it's gone far enough for an action replay to be slotted in, I believe.
So it's on replay. Where did you
straight up the wicket. And a
Was it 4 or 6?
4. A further single to Simon Fernandez. So 7 off the over so far, with a ball to come. It's just what the doctor ordered, because the run rate's now at 7.16 and over required. And a further dot. So at the end of the over, Colchester move on to 175 for 3 off 40 overs. So Wakas Safiq has bowled out with 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. And I shall identify the bowler in a moment. And returning from the playground end, it's Shabazz Khan. Colchester requiring 37 at a rate of 7.4 and over.
Dad! Mum's ready to go now.
Harold Wood must think they're still in this. And firmly struck by Simon Fernandez, but no run. Fielded in the covers. Edged, but only picks up a single. Run rate now creeping up towards 8 and over. So one way or another, we're looking like an exciting finish from a game where Colchester were cruising it. So Khan comes into bowl, firmly struck by Charlie Allison, who picks up a single. Simon Fernandez will be conscious that we need a boundary and over as a minimum. And he doesn't connect very well with that one, and it's just a dot. So with 4 balls this over gone, just 2 runs added to the score. Again, some fine bowling. Ball doesn't leave the square. Khan turns. Bowls and the ball, not quite sure, must be off the bat, and Simon Fernandez picks up a run, but it's only 3 off the over. So with the score on 178 for 3, The equation now is 34 off 4 overs, and the required rate has crept up to 8.5. I can't help feeling that this is a game that Colchester are letting slip. So Hamza Ikram to continue from the pavilion end. Simon Fernandez on strike, and he has hit that firmly to long on, but only gets a single because there's a fielder there. Brings Charlie Allison on strike, who doesn't get bat on ball. Any further dot? And the run rate has now reached 9 and over. That's beaten the fielder. In fact, it's and 3 runs, well run. So 3 balls of the over to go, 4 so far off it. But 9 and over required. And a fine shot by Simon Fernandez, but it won't beat the fielder. So it's just a single. Sorry? 2. 1.31. So Hamza Ikram bowling to Charlie Allison, who gets bat on ball but no run. Ikram turns, Charlie Allison on strike, and he squirts that out to square leg for a single, and we just have 6 off the over, moving Colchester on to 184 for 3. So the equation is very simple now. 3 overs, 28 runs required, 9.33 and over. Skipper Darren Eckford's gone out with a drink to have a word with them. It's now hit out or get out, I think. 3 overs to go indeed, Bradley. I think it's swinging your way. Well, we're in for potentially a very close finish or a rather whimpering out of the Colchester innings, the way this is going. 7 wickets in hand, 18 balls remaining, 28 runs to win. Got to get some boundaries. Encouragingly though, we're Colchester only 4 runs behind the DLS par score, so the statisticians think it's very gettable. That's Carter, isn't it? But to make it more difficult for Colchester, we have Dan Carter returning with 2 overs still to go in his armoury. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. It'll be Dan Carter to Charlie Allison with 3 overs to go. So Carter comes in, bowls, and it's just dug out by Charlie Allison, no run. Run rate now pushing close to 10. And Dan Carter comes into bowl, and interesting shot by Charlie, but just a single. Bring in Simon Fernandez on strike. Last 5 overs have only yielded 24, so not encouraging. And Simon Fernandez is comprehensively bowled by Dan Carter. And that will bring Ollie Hills to the wicket. Ollie Hills. We can offer a replay. Fairly comprehensively bowled. So Ollie Hills, a renowned big hitter. Hopefully the man for what is developing into a crisis here. Run rate now close to 11. 27 off 2.3 overs, and a wide ball helps Colchester edge a little bit closer. .3 overs to go. I'll be glad when this is finished because I'm absolutely freezing now. And Ollie Hills gets the bat on it for a single. As Charlie Allison looks around, looks to see where he can score. Dan Carter bowls, and it's squirted square, and they have just got a single. Probably no bad thing to have Ollie Hills back on strike. As if anybody is going to achieve this run rate, he's the man most likely, I would think. Carter comes into bowl, and Hills only gets a single, but it's important because he gets back on strike And the end of the over, 189 for 4 off 43. Yeah. So, quite easily straightforward. 2 overs, 11.5 and over. With Hamza Ikram to bowl his final over. So far 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. So Ollie Hills takes guard. Can he plant one over the side screen is the question I've got. Ikram bowls, and no, he can't, because his wicket is castled fairly comprehensively. And that wicket brings Charlie Fernandez to the crease. Charlie Fernandez. Somebody's taken that. Opportunity for a replay. And it's somewhat disappointing conclusion towards this game for Colchester fans. From such a strong position, now requiring 12.5 and over. With 2 quality bowlers in tow. Looks like half the Colchester side padded up as they realise that it's now all or nothing. So Charlie Fernandez takes strike. Hamza Ikram comes into bowl. And Charlie has pushed that for a single. I fear singles are not going to be enough from this position. Ikram comes into bowl to Charlie Allison, who demonstrates some ingenuity in a sort of scoop-like shot down to fine leg, but it only brings 2. Run that rate now at 13.33 and over. Run rate required. 20 runs required. Hamza Ikram bowls, and Charlie Allison has absolutely smoked that for 6, leaving this late, but brings the equation down to 14 off 8 balls. Well, I don't think anybody saw that coming. Come on, Charlie, make a name for yourself, be a hero. It's going right to the wire, I fear. And he skied that, it's gone a many a mile high, and it's been dropped, and 2 runs. That really should have been caught. It was not an easy catch, swirling in, well, no wind, but certainly the highest of the day. And Colchester bring up the 200, and it's 12 to win, 7 balls to do it in. go for 2 runs, and they make it, and oh, no chance of buzzers, but a further 2. 202 for 5. So the equation is straightforward: 6 balls, 10 runs, and all down to the final over. Charlie Fernandez on strike, having scored a single off 1 ball so far. Certainly a player who can hit a mighty long ball if he gets it in the middle. Oh. Sorry, Ralph, what was the question? Indeed, it is 10 runs to win. Umpire Raf Patel just checking with me on the score to win, and Charlie Fernandez appeals to the umpire. Why was that not a no ball? But I'm afraid he's given out. Cotton bowl, wasn't it? Yeah, certainly cotton bowl. So caught by Carter. Jack Hobbs comes to the wicket. And let's have a look at a replay of that, because that seemed to me to be somewhat high. Difficult to say. Difficult to say how far he went down the wicket, but Charlie Fernandez caught and bowled Dan Carter, brings Jack Hobbs to the crease. Dan Carter comes to bowl. Jack Hobbs has grabbed a single. So the equation now: 4 balls, 9 runs. And can't help feeling that Colchester should not be in this position from where they were 10 overs ago. And another ball that's gone skied, and 2 runs completed. Equation now: 3 balls, 7 runs to win. Well, certainly an exciting finish. This could now go any way, I think. So Charlie Allison on strike. Dan Carter, experienced bowler, used to bowling at the death. What can Charlie do with this? So Carter comes into bowl. Charlie Allison has got a bit of it, and they're going for 2. Have to go for 2, and they make it. So equation: 5 to win, 2 balls remaining. Conversation between the batsmen. I think the message probably was, just get some bat on it and let's run. Carter comes in, bowls, and exactly that, they have a single. Bring in Jack Hobbs on strike, and if there's ever a time for Jack Hobbs to make a name for himself, this is it. I do recall about 3 seasons ago being in exactly this position where we needed 6 to win off the final delivery, and Jack Hobbs smote it out the ground. So the question is, can he do it again? 1 ball remaining, 4 to win. Carter comes into bowl, and Hobbs has hit it for 1, 2, and they have completed 2, but they also get the wicket with Charlie Allison run out. So, Colchester conspire to lose by a single run. Well, I hope that you've enjoyed the stream and the commentary. Certainly been fun at this end. Somewhat disappointing result for Colchester fans. Team looking extremely despondent, but it's time to sign off and end the